Hello everybody, welcome back to the most entertaining live show on the platform. That is right everybody. Today we're going to be talking about something that has happened recently. You've seen it in the title and in the thumbnail. Now for those of you who are new here, while this is a live show slash podcast, you are not obligated to watch the entire thing. I mean, you are, but you're also not. So if you decide you don't want to fulfill your obligation to feed me watch time, to appease to the YouTube algorithm gods, there are timestamps in the description below for that very reason. Now, it's funny because I was actually originally going to do this stream a little bit of sort of a while ago, as in like half an hour ago, and I was, but then my camera decided to stop working, which is really fun. I just love when it just randomly starts lagging. Now, the reason why I think it's lagging is because, well, it's like 1 billion degrees outside, which means it's also 1 billion degrees in my room. So what I've done is before the stream, I've put my phone in the refrigerator, okay, just to cool it down, and we're gonna see how long it lasts, because I'm guessing the reason behind it not working is specifically because of the temperature of both the USB and the phone. No, we're not doing a no-cam stream. I completely refuse. Now, we're going to be watching some epic YouTube drama today, okay? The phone is already warming up, which is a really good sign, by the way. That's how you know this is going to be great. I'm guessing part of it has to do with the computer is also running it at like 1 billion degrees, thanks to it being extra warm in my room. But yeah, if this camera stops working, you better believe we're gonna be switching to the old laptop webcam. Okay, I don't care. We're doing this stream no matter what, and it's not gonna be a no-cam stream. Okay, I refuse. But anyways, now before we get started, I think that there's a really important thing that I want to announce. You've probably already heard it, all right? But in case you haven't, I have a new channel. That is right, everybody. I'm not replacing this one, okay? Don't you worry. This is still the main channel. I'm not gonna stop uploading very epic and cool videos on this one specifically, okay? You're not gonna be missing out on anything you've already gotten to see. However, you don't want to miss out on new styles of content and whatnot, do you? Especially not the cool experimental content, would you? Well, if you don't want to, if you don't want to miss out on cool experimental content, look no further than the femboykali YouTube channel. That is right, I have a second channel now, okay? Now, what am I doing on this second channel? All 0 of you are asking. That is right. Well, what we're going to be doing on this channel is we're going to be taking stream segments and whatnot and repurposing them, but not just repurposing them the same way, you know, somebody who's lazy might do, you know, just, oh yeah, let's just, fuck editing, what even is that? Nah, I can't be asked to do any of that shit. Well, what editing? What does that even mean? Nah. We're gonna do more of this kind of stuff, right? Like kind of like what Finster does with his stream segments, right? Where they're highly edited, they're well paced, etc. Right? It's not just oh yeah, let me literally just re-upload one portion of my stream as a separate video, without changing anything about it, other than like 2 jump cuts. Oh wow. Oh gee, thanks man. Oh, that's wonderful. And yes, I'm criticizing people that I like as well, because I am going to do it better than them, okay? You already see me doing it better than them with, just by simply putting thumbnails that aren't my channel art as the thumbnails for streams, and then leaving them up as if they're videos, because my goal here is to not only be good at streaming, but also to make the most entertaining live show on the platform, which I think is a very reasonable goal, okay? There's just not enough competition for me, okay? That's just a fact. Now, well, don't take my word for it, but I probably won't be live streaming on this second channel of mine. All of the streams, at least for now, are gonna stay on the main Femyoz YouTube channel. So if you're watching this channel, and maybe this is the first channel of mine you've seen, well, if you want to watch me make this type of content live, The link to my main channel is in the description of this edited video you're watching, though the live viewers of when I'm recording this are probably slightly confused, but not really. They sort of get what I'm doing here. But yeah, because obviously I'm streaming this on the main channel. But yeah, anyways. Yes, okay. And it also seems my theory of the phone temperature thing is working, okay? For now. It's probably gonna stop working at some point, because my room is like 1,000,000,000 degrees. But let's enjoy it while it lasts, okay? Let's live in blissful ignorance, okay? Now. Recently, jacksfilms and SSSniperwolf have gotten into a little bit of drama with each other. Now, for those of you who don't know, jacksfilms isn't a very big fan of reaction YouTubers that don't put any effort into being transformative. And especially the ones that aren't even willing to credit the people that they're stealing content from without the original creator's permission. This is something that jacksfilms has oh my god, I can't even speak. This is something that jacksfilms has been criticizing for ages, okay? It's been something he's been doing for years. Back when Jinx was a huge content creator, jacksfilms was one of the people at the forefront, along with iDubbbz and countless others that are very iconic in my opinion. You know, basically just shitting on Jinx, which was very warranted. Let's be real. He deserved all of that, right? But if you thought that Jinx was bad, and maybe you remember what YouTube was like back then, oh boy, it has gotten significantly worse, okay? If you thought that Jinx not doing anything is bad, just wait till you watch Hasan's chair react to a video for 20 minutes. Or watch SSSniperwolf do, well, this, what you're about to see, okay? Now, recently, jacksfilms uploaded a video called Let's Talk about, oh my god, look, I'm stupid, okay? I can't even say the joke properly from the title. Let's talk about SSSniperwolf. So, it's an 11-minute video, well, no, it's more like a 12-minute, it's a 12-minute video in which I assume he watches SSSniperwolf and talks about her. But yeah, anyways, hello Zeke, and Pancake Panic, welcome back to the stream. I'm so sorry for the whole, oh yeah, what if I just did 2 separate streams? One of them I'm raging at my technology for not working, and the other one, hopefully it doesn't come down to that again. But yeah, yeah, hold on. Anyways, without further ado, why don't we get into this video? That I've already, yeah, we don't need to do any more explaining. But what I do need to do before we can start is put on my headphones. That's right. Because, wow, I'm very smart, as you can see. Anyways, without further ado, let me show you how as a live streamer, okay, unlike SSSniperwolf, who has time to edit her videos and just chooses not to, okay? At least Hasan has the excuse of, well, I need to take a shit during my 8-hour stream, so this is just like 12 minutes of that. At least he has that excuse, right? As funny as it is to clown on him for that, at least he has an excuse. Sniperwolf doesn't have that same kind of excuse, right? She just uploads videos of her saying nothing of value. So I'll show you how to add value as a streamer, somebody that's doing this live without any editing, though if you're watching maybe some sort of edited version of this on a different channel, maybe, that's a different story. But if you're watching this live, or, you know, watching the podcast, I'll show you how you can be entertaining while live reacting to something. And it just so happens that the camera's already lagging. Oh, great. I love when that happens. So you know what we're gonna do, alright? I hate to do it. We're bringing back the old webcam, folks, alright? We're bringing it back. Now, I didn't want to have it come down to this, okay? But the temperature in my room and of my computer has left me with no choice but to do precisely that, okay? So if the camera quality doesn't look nearly as good as what you're used to, you can blame my technology for simply not working. I mean, my phone is already very warm, way warmer than it was when I took it out of the fridge. That's for fucking sure. Oh my god. But, anyways, let's see here. So if first of all, we need to change this from this to integrated webcam, okay? That's right. Aw, yeah. Okay? Close. Alright. Now, we're gonna, turn this on. What is that? What? Oh, cool. I didn't know that was a thing. Wait, what? I thought... Wait, what? And now I'm This? Wait, what? Look, I'm stupid, okay? I'm sorry. I don't know how technology works, okay? Alright? That's right, okay? Now, for this, we're gonna do... Oh, God. Alright, we're gonna put this over... Hold on, we need this, okay? And not this, okay? Alright. And then for this one, I think we're screwed, okay? I don't think I have it set up for the old webcam. So I'm sorry, folks. There's literally nothing I can do about it, okay? We're back to using the old webcam. Because, yeah, I'm sorry. It's not nearly as appealing as the new one. I know. I have to overexpose with the lighting, too. Or else you won't, it'll look super dark. Because, obviously, it's a much lower quality camera. Whatever. Yada, yada. You get the point. But, yeah. I'm gonna drink some water because it's 1 billion degrees in here, okay? So I'm suffering just as much as my phone. Anyways, the first video we're gonna be watching is from jacksfilms. It's called Let's tttalk about SSSniperwolf, okay? It was made a couple weeks ago, roughly. And basically, for those of you who don't know, jacksfilms is not a very... Oh, right, I can't do the face zoom thing. I'm really smart, okay? But yeah, anyway... Oh my god. This is why I don't like using the old webcam, because I don't have it set up for it. Sorry. But yes, recently you made a video about Sniperwolf, and basically there's drama, yada yada yada. You get the point, okay? I've been rambling for ages now. Unlike, you know, Hasan, who just has his chair watch the content, so I guess it's better than that at least, right? But yeah, let's start the video. Let's get into the meat, the juice of the topic. Whatever that means. Oh wait, I need to press play in order for it to play.
Alright, let's do this one last time. This is Sniperwolf. She's a YouTuber with over 30 million subscribers. She uploads daily, and her videos get at least 1 million views each.
I wish I could relate.
So, what does she do? She steals TikToks and reacts to them.
Oh boy.
Oh,
wait,
it looks like
you know what? I think I need to be taking notes from the React master herself, SSSniperwolf, okay? So what is she doing here? Okay, well, first of all, she has glasses, okay? So put my glasses on, okay? Taking notes, okay? All right, how does she react? Let's figure this out together, okay, chat? Okay, let's move my hair out of the way.
a cartoon.
Let's talk about
Wait, what was that reaction? Hold on, that reaction is really important.
So, what does she do? She steals TikToks and reacts to them.
Oh, it looks like a cartoon.
Oh, it looks like a cartoon. Guys, I think it looks like a cartoon. For those of you who are, you know, not watching this visually, you know, which I'm sure is all of you. Well, actually, okay, to be fair, if I were to do this, you know, with the podcast format I do, which I don't even do that, it would actually be more acceptable than what she's doing here. At least I have the excuse of, oh, you know, people aren't watching this visually, maybe, because it's a podcast or whatever. Sniperwolf can't use that excuse, okay? And also, she's too lazy to just download the video like a normal person, so you can see, you can tell it's screen recorded on her phone, because she's so goddamn lazy. Okay, you can see, oh, look, it has 91k likes, and the dislikes obviously don't show because YouTube be like bruh. You can see the comments, the share feature. You can see these little icons at the top. But what's funny is that at no point, nowhere in this frame, can you see the name of the person who made this or any mention of them. Isn't that just really interesting?
Let's talk about how egregious this freebooting is. In each of her hundreds and hundreds of videos, she plays other people's TikToks and provides extremely base-level commentary.
This dude is running sideways.
Hey, thank you, No Cam Stream, for the $1. Asking, have you ever tried streaming without the camera? I mean, I've done some Minecraft streams on a previous channel with no camera, but again, I think that the camera makes a big difference, you know? Unless you're Sniperwolf, then I think it might actually detract from it, because, like, her entire thing is like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna, like, my reaction is gonna be this. Oh my god! Oh, that's crazy! Oh my god, do you guys see it? You know, the thing on screen. You see, there's the thing on screen, and I see the thing on screen just like you guys. Now, I guess this one isn't nearly as egregiously bad because you can sort of tell. You can see the TikTok handle over there. It's very small. I'm sure it wasn't linked in the description or anything, but at least this time you can find who actually created this. But that doesn't go for most of the things she reacts to. What?
Wow.
If you want to support the original creators of the TikToks, too bad, because the only links you'll find in the description are all Sniperwolf.
Oh, isn't that wonderful? Notice how whenever I do streams like this, I'll put the @ of whoever, you know, I'm talking about or showing videos from. A lot of the time, if I watch a lot of videos, I'll include a whole list of the videos that I watched and reacted to. I try to avoid watching videos in their entirety if they're long, especially not just because people are like, oh, you're a pause Andy, Femyoz. All you do is pause. You don't let the video play. But it's to avoid being somebody like Sniperwolf, who just sits there and says, oh my god, guys, did you guys see the thing that was literally in front of you on screen 2 seconds ago? But again, I think crediting is important, okay? I don't try to hide who made the original content or the source material. In fact, I actively try to promote it, even though I have a small audience, unlike some other individuals, right? Even though I have barely over 1,000 subs on the main channel, I still go out of my way to promote whoever it is, or maybe not even promote, but at least credit or link them in the description below, even if it's somebody I don't like. For instance, I did a stream about Blair White, but I, you know, put her @ for her channel in the description, mainly so she would see it to try and get her to debate me, but still. And I left a list of the video titles with timestamps, the titles that she put, so you can search them, right? Maybe I should have put links, but whatever.
And my favorite part is that half of the TikToks she includes either crop out the original username or just straight up don't have one. To use a recent example from just 3 days ago, she features 19 videos, 13 of which don't have any identifier.
Just keep in mind, right? Sniperwolf, somebody who makes objectively worse content than me, by a huge margin, might I add, who adds absolutely nothing, averages way over 1 million views per video, and uploads every day this lazy as fuck content. Now, I'm not gonna lie, it's very tempting, okay? I get a little bit tempted, okay? I'm not gonna lie. Alright, I'm getting a little bit tempted as well, okay? Maybe it would be kind of nice to just, I don't know, just steal a little bit of content. Oh, no one will notice, you know? I make a little bit of money off of it. You know, it wouldn't be that big of a deal, right? I'm a small content creator, right? Who's gonna notice that, right? And then maybe I find some success, right? It's like, oh, well, that actually seems to work. It gets more views than my normal shit, right? Because I'm not a very interesting person. So people don't come here to watch me. They go here to watch the content that I'm reacting to. That's sort of the main focus, right? And then your channel grows, and it's you see, oh, my video is performing 1 out of 10. It did better than my 9 previous videos, right? And then you start to form some sort of addiction, right? You form an addiction to the YouTube grind, the YouTube lifestyle of grinding out daily videos, trying to get that 1 out of 10, to get that dopamine hit, right? And before you know it, if you get lucky like Sniperwolf did, right? Because she's not talented by any means, right? She got lucky, let's be real. By being a moderately attractive woman, and just getting lucky. You know, right time, right titles and thumbnails, etc. Reacting to the right content, I guess. But that's about it. No actual talent required, you know? But I can almost understand, and this isn't a justification, but I think that the reasoning is, I think it's a broader issue with the way YouTubers view themselves, their content, and their success in general. Have you ever heard a YouTuber you watch complain about how it's hurting their mental health every time they see a video, completely tank in views, get demonetized, and it's the worst performing video out of their last 10 videos? You know exactly what I'm talking about, right? You see it all the time, right? And we're talking about like hardworking content creators, right? So think of Sniperwolf as like the antithesis of this, right? Somebody who does have a successful business model, but isn't a hardworking individual, right? But she has a successful business model, right? Now, what she gets is the opposite, something that kills creativity for the opposite reasons, right? So if you get oh, this is my worst performing video out of the last 10, it kills your creative drive a little bit. It's demotivating. It's like, I don't want to do content like that anymore, right? Because it does poorly in the algorithm. YouTube doesn't like it. So what can I do, right? But if YouTube is rewarding uncreativity, essentially rewarding content theft, right? It has the same effect of rewarding a lack of creativity and punishing creativity, right? So it kills creativity in both a positive affirmation way with Sniperwolf and a negative affirmation way with hardworking creators such as myself, right? If I post a video and it doesn't perform as well as I was hoping, right? It's like, oh, I put more effort than usual. I put 5 times as much effort, but it got like about the same views as like my other videos, or maybe it got more views at the start, but now the views are tanking and it's not evergreen content. It's like, oh, well, is it even worth it then? I could have posted 3 to 5 videos and gotten whatever, like 3 to 5 times the views, maybe slightly less than that, but still, more, right? For the same effort, right? I'm sorry, I know this was a tangent, but unlike Sniperwolf, I actually like to say things that are intelligent, or at least more intelligent than, whoa, guys, did you see the thing that I just showed on screen 2 seconds ago? Let me proceed to describe what you just saw in my own words, because you obviously weren't paying attention because you're either, 2 years old, or you're fucking retarded, or maybe a combination of the two, and don't have the attention span to remember it, so let me describe it for you. And apparently that's content,
Usernames. That means there's no way to find and support the original creators here. All of the views and all of the revenue go straight to Sniperwolf.
Oh, wow, isn't that just wacky? Now let's look at these Social Blade stats, okay? All right. And these are Social Blade's yearly and monthly estimated earnings, okay? Now, what I will say, from what I understand, right, even with small content creators, right, I would say, with small content creators such as myself, these are actually kind of accurate. At least they are for me, I think, right? It's usually going to be somewhere in this range, right? this is obviously the lowest estimate is going to be very low. The highest estimate isn't even that high compared to what a high estimate would be. And especially for somebody like Sniperwolf, who, doesn't get demonetized with her content, right? Because it's all brand-friendly, gobbledygook nonsense, okay? So, but let's say, just for the sake of argument, that that the CPM is just so bad this year for her, and her exclusively, for no apparent reason, okay? The worst possible case scenario for her, no, this is worse than the worst possible case scenario, is she makes $54,000 a month and $650,000 a year. Way worse than the worst case scenario, might I add, okay? That 54,000, worse than the worst case scenario. I wish I was making that per year right now, right? I'm not, okay? I'm a brokey, all right? Now, a more accurate estimate, and the estimate to the right, the higher estimate on Social Blade, is still going to be on the lower side, and I'll explain why in a minute. Okay, this is still going to be lower than what she makes. Is $867,000, not per year, but per month, and $10.4 million estimated a year. Now, this would just be an ad revenue, right? None of her content gets demonetized, so this is probably, and again, she's brand friendly, so she probably gets more from that, just from AdSense alone. Not to mention the fact that she also gets sponsorships, right? And because she also gets sponsorship deals, she's gonna make a fuck ton even more money than that. So, I don't know, maybe I'm over-explaining this, maybe this is all just like, oh yeah, greedy people be greedy, and maybe that's a better explanation, but I don't know. I personally find this to be quite infuriating. Shit, sorry, didn't know this was alive. Well, you see, Davail2, and also, hello, Exostar, welcome to the stream. You see Davail2, I see that as a compliment. The fact that you didn't even know this was live just it's a testament to, well, me being entertaining, right? You don't have to watch it as a live show. You can listen to it in the background as a podcast, watch it as like a video almost, like a long form, I don't know if I'd say video essay, but like a chill sort of video, right? Uncut, unedited, raw style of video, right? You can do that. It's entertaining. I mean, there are people that can get away with doing that, right? Vosh would be one of them. I think I'm one of the few that can also, right? But that's almost like a skill set you have to have, right? To be able to make something like this entertaining live without just playing somebody's content. Like, sure, I could just play a few video essays and then have a Sniperwolf level reaction. Oh my god, guys, did you guys see the thing that was literally on screen? Oh, that's crazy. It's like, without adding any actual commentary, it's like I could do that. Maybe it would be just as successful, I mean, considering how successful Sniperwolf is, but I don't want to do that. Anyways, it's me, the Piglin PFP guy from Discord. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't been using Discord in a hot minute. Maybe I'll recognize you when I see you. I don't recognize people in general. I haven't been using Discord. I'm sure I interacted with you at some point on the Discord. I have terrible memory, so this isn't like a you thing. This is a me thing. This is a me problem. Okay, I'll acknowledge it. Thank you, Toki, for the $1. I feel like you can improve the stream without the I'm not doing a camless stream, okay? No, we're not doing a no cam stream. No, not gonna happen, okay?
All of the revenue goes straight to Sniperwolf. You know the phrase work smarter, not harder? Well, Sniperwolf does neither. She just steals.
True! Literally true! This is what I mean. This is why I love this man. Okay, I haven't watched jacksfilms in a hot minute. I don't even know if I'm subscribed on this channel because it's been years since I watched him. I'm not gonna lie. In fact, I'm not subscribed to him. What am I doing? I'm doing something wrong. I'm doing him a disservice. I'm watching his content on stream for you guys to see, and I'm not even subbed. I'll sub with notifications. You guys should do that as well. Love this man. I don't know why I stopped. I guess I stopped watching his content because the algorithm stopped feeding it to me because I made a new channel, and I also got, I fell down the politics side of YouTube pipeline thing, so that's mostly what I watch now. But man, I forgot how much I enjoy watching this handsome, large forehead, he did young individual. Yep, I worded that very well.
Doesn't credit anyone, and has become a zillionaire in doing so.
A fire hydrant exploded, and the water's just going everywhere.
Pretty cool. Now, some
Genuinely, unironically, Hasan's chair has a better reaction than Sniperwolf, because at least Hasan's chair is quiet and respectful. SSSniperwolf is just fucking annoying, right? She does not in like a way where it's like, oh, it's just subjective. Like, oh, some people find her annoying, but some people really think she's entertaining. No, she's just fucking annoying. She not only does she not add anything to the conversation, she actively takes away and deducts entertainment value. I guarantee you, even you know, among her child audience, there's got to be a big proportion of viewers, maybe viewers that are starting to age out, maybe, but still, right? That are watching this content and are like getting annoyed at her the few instances where she'll quote unquote interject, because really all she's doing is she'll repeat whatever is happening. She'll describe it as if you didn't watch it yourself. She'll be very condescending in that way, and she'll do it in a way that's very annoying and just takes away value. It's like watching the original thing, but like a slightly worse version of it. It's like watching like a 144p rip off of a movie, or like oh yeah, you know, when a movie just gets released and you go onto 123 movies, and then there's like there's somebody with fucking Parkinson's syndrome who decided, of all people, it had to be somebody with Parkinson's syndrome that recorded the movie theater screen, and it's like the audio is just it's terrible. It's not that fun to watch. It's like in 144p, the camera is shaky. Just wait until a higher version comes out if you're gonna watch stolen content at that point, right? Right? Like, it's not even about the stolen content that would bother them. It's just, oh, I'm just watching an objectively worse version of the source material, right? But what it reminds me of is Jinx, you know? I remember one of the main criticisms of Jinx, from jacksfilms specifically, was that Jinx's channel was almost like a one-stop shop, right? So you don't even have to go find the source material yourself. Jinx does it for you, right? He doesn't add anything to it, right? I specifically remember the phrase one-stop shop being used, and I don't think that applies to anybody more accurately today than SSSniperwolf, right? Now, being I don't want to say maybe a retailer in a way. No, not a retailer. No, retailers don't transform products. Whatever, somebody that buys raw materials or something and then makes different stuff out of it, right? Well, it's like, okay, well, if Microsoft is buying raw materials for their computers from this company, well, maybe some up-and-coming computer companies might be interested in that company, or people that aren't even making computers, they may be like, oh, well, that's a reliable company that makes this type of shit. You know, they're working with people like Microsoft, you know? It's like, I use Microsoft computers. It's like, but it's like transformative, right? And, you know, but yeah, it's an interesting thing where, yeah, like, if you watch my content, right, it's like, I almost, you know, unlike Jinx, right, when you see my shop that you would stop at, I guess you could call it, it's a shop that recommends other shops. You know, if you want to see the raw thing, you know, you want to see all of the content and just, instead of just bits and pieces, or me rambling throughout most of it, which is, you know, what I do best, but I do it in a way that's entertaining, right? But the whole point of the show is to be focused on me, right? Again, people say, oh, you pause the video too much, right? Well, I'll take doing that and, you know, have me be the central focus. Like, again, it's like, okay, well, what do you want me to do? Like, again, the main reason, the main attraction to my channel is not other people's content, right? It might be watching me talk about other people's content for some people, right? Or that's sort of what gets them hooked in, right? And they stay for my personality, regardless of why they came, right? That's the whole point. That's why, even though I have a small audience, the small audience I do have is, well, quite dedicated to me, right? They try to show up to as many streams as they can. They'll watch the unlistened unlisted or not the unlisted. Sorry, I don't know why I say unlisted. They're public because they're good enough to stand on their own. Is almost like podcast style videos, right? It's like but they stay for me, right? Specifically, they'll watch the VODs, right? They'll watch my videos regardless of what I'm talking about because right? But you wouldn't do that for Sniperwolf. How many people in Sniperwolf's audience do you think would aside from maybe some horny little boys in our audience that don't know what Pornhub is yet, but they think, oh, Sniperwolf's kind of hot, right? And then maybe she's doing a boobie stream or something. It's like, oh, I better click on that. Her boobies are in the again, that's not her personality, right? If there was something personality focused, no revealing clothing, okay? That doesn't count, okay? None of that shit, okay? You have to look ugly or something. I don't know, right? Or just be entertaining. Whatever. You get the point, right? She would not have any audience, really. Maybe a select few, but not really.
Some of you might be thinking, so what? Who cares? She's giving creators exposure. And hey, maybe she gets permission from the creators to feature their work.
Yeah, she doesn't either.
You already know the answer to that. We reached out to creators who've had their work featured in Sniperwolf's videos. And when we asked them if Sniperwolf and/or her team had contacted them about featuring their work, every creator said no, they were not contacted.
Oh, I wonder why. Can't possibly imagine. Truly a mystery that's unsolvable, let's be real.
Most of them were blindsided by the fact that Sniperwolf had been using their content, and some of them were pretty upset about it.
I would be as well. If somebody, well, maybe not, because I do face cam stuff, right? But let's say somebody were to use a voice clip of me, okay? Not a full-on clip of me where you can see me, right? Because then it's like, okay, well, you're getting my brand out there because just by visually seeing my face, that's part of my brand, right? Whether you like it or not, right? But if, let's say there was a voice clip that they took, right, from a stream, they didn't show my face or anything, they didn't put my name anywhere in the video, the description or anywhere, right? And nobody could find me, no one knew who I was from that, I'd be pissed, right? I'd be fucking mad, right? It's like, oh, okay, so you're using my creative work and the things that I said, so that you can just watch me say it, and then just not give me credit for it, and then, make money off of me, saying things of substance,
Ask permission, but maybe creators get exposure from her videos, especially if you can see their usernames, right? Well, let's test that theory.
Yeah, we already he already tested it. We saw that the vast majority of the TikToks that were shown in a video don't have any username or anything like that mentioned anywhere, and it's not like they're mentioned in the description either, right? And again, one of the reasons why I really wanted to do this stream in particular, and why I think that I'm qualified, is because I do think that there is a place for, and I hate using this term because it sounds like something it's not, in the context of talking about jacksfilms and his stance on reaction channels, but there is a way, a good way to do reaction content, right? Because the whole point of reaction content, right? If it's truly about your reaction, right? Then people are coming for your reaction. People would tune in just to hear you talk about it without even having to see the source material. The source material is just there to, sort of back you up, right? Now, for instance, if I were to have, if I had pre-watched this, right? I could, talk about it, and, I could take notes, come to conclusions, and then talk about it, right? But again, I prefer watching it live with you guys. You get to almost see a version of me taking those notes, right? But you get to hear you get to see my thought process, the way I think, the way I respond to certain ideas and arguments, etc. Interjecting my own thoughts and opinions, elaborating, expanding upon what other people make. The whole point is to be transformative. The whole point is to make it so that if you just want to watch a jacksfilms video, you don't click on this stream for that. You click on this stream to watch me give my take on the situation about SSSniperwolf and jacksfilms, not to just watch jacksfilms talk about it, right? That's the whole point, right? And I make that very clear. And I think that, you know, the idea of reacting to stuff, especially on live streams, okay? People give Hasan shit, right? Because, oh, his chair does more reacting than he does. Now, I don't really watch Hasan streams, but I'm guessing, okay, like, that's like a very small percentage of the time, right? If he's doing an 8-hour stream, and then 12 minutes is him taking a shit as quickly as humanly possible, you know, just scrambling to wipe his ass as soon as he gets all the shit out of his ass, yeah, etc. It's like, at that point, it's not that big of a deal, right? People aren't clicking on the stream to watch that, right? That's not why people are there. It's like, okay, Hasan, you're doing the thing again, but it's like, okay, if the majority of the time it's transformative, fine, whatever. I mean, hell, there have been instances where it's like, okay, I need to pee, I'll play somebody else's video for a minute, but then as soon as I come back, right, I'll pause it, and then I'll talk somehow even longer than usual, right? I don't know.
At the very beginning of a recent video, Sniperwolf reacts to a viral TikTok, complete with her very insightful commentary.
Absolutely not.
And look, you can see the original uploader's username. Maybe they got a little bump, right? Well, when I looked up their account on TikTok, I found they had a decent number of followers, but that's probably due to their whale shark video going viral last year. Because if you look at their most recent TikToks, they're hardly getting any views at all. Which means that, no, people aren't flocking to the original creators, even when their username is displayed on screen.
Oh, wow. Well, it's almost like people who watch stolen content don't care about the source material. Isn't that great? Oh, wait, I can't use that button for comedic effect with this webcam. Look, I'm stupid, okay? I'm sorry.
And remember, this is the first TikTok in a video with well over 1 million views. But guess who's reaping all the benefits? Believe it or not,
the thing that bothers me about this, right, combined with the fact that at no point does Sniperwolf say or do anything transformative, right? But look at how much effort or time or whatever, how much energy would have to go into creating the source material versus how much energy does it take for Sniperwolf to pretend to care about this shit, right? Oh, you spent 2 seconds of your day pretending to give a shit about a TikTok you're watching so you can get views by being like, oh, no way, I can't believe that's happening. Like, the juxtaposition of these two things is astonishing. Femyoz, did Femyoz read my Riz? When you send 10 messages in a row, I tend to just, like, tune them out. Like, it's just like, it's basically like sending no messages, right? I'd be more likely to read just one long message, right? But if you type a sentence and then another sentence, and it's like I look and there's like a big wall of text, I'm not reading every single message if it's from the same person, right?
believe it or not, it actually gets worse, because sometimes Sniperwolf steals from other content thieves. Here she is reacting to an Among Us cartoon.
I think it's kind of funny if a content thief is stealing from another content thief, to be fair. I think at that point it's almost like a parody of itself. But obviously Sniperwolf isn't self-aware enough for that, so not gonna give her specifically credit, right?
Made by Viral for You, and shocker, that's not the original creator. Because we found the original creator, it only has 1,600 views here on YouTube,
and let me guess, none of them are from Sniperwolf.
But it went bonkers on TikTok when someone else freebooted it. And here's the original creator confirming that their work was indeed stolen. So for everyone claiming, well, at least Sniperwolf's not hurting anyone, she very much is.
Yeah, and I feel like the main counter-argument that some idiot simp of Sniperwolf that's below the age of 10 might make is, oh, well, it's not taking away from views. They're not getting less views from it. You know, they wouldn't, if she hadn't stolen the content, that content just wouldn't have made anybody any money. It's like, yeah, but if you're going to build your entire career off of them, you should, if nothing else, just give the original creator credit. Make sure you do a good job of that. Unless you literally, you legitimately cannot find the source material, you know, and it's like, oh, somebody else stole it, but I really want to react to this or whatever, right? But you can't find it, and maybe you're reacting to it on a stream. Fine, whatever. It's okay, you know, whatever. It'll happen once or twice, maybe, right? But if it's every single time and it's deliberate, it's like, okay. Femyoz, do you want to know what me plus you equals? Because you're acute. Does it equal obtuse? Does it equal right angle? I can't stay. Well, that's okay, a Lugburst Shack. I understand not everybody has enough time to watch every single stream of mine, right? I stream whenever I am personally available, right? And that's going to be whatever my schedule says, right? I would stream more often if I was available more often, right? So I understand. Yeah, my schedule is not the same as everybody else's. I don't even have a consistent schedule, by the way.
But even if she did...
Oh, I should have moved my camera.
Well, it's not hurting anyone.
Just so...
She very much is. But even if she did credit the creators and ask their permission to feature them, it still wouldn't make her content any better. Because, man,
Oh, yeah, her content is insufferable, right? That's more of a, oh, you are dog shit at making content, rather than, like, a moral argument against why you shouldn't be making this sort of content the way that you're making it, right? It's like, oh, okay, yeah, you're just, you know, you're taking away, you know, space in a way. You're wasting space on the platform, right? Because the traffic's gonna go to you instead of somewhere else where people are putting effort into their content, right? You know, it's like, oh, and you don't even make the bad content yourself, right? So it's like, oh, okay, so the traffic is going to you not doing anything basically, other than just watching people's content and then making it somehow just a slightly worse version than the original. You plus me equals a married family? Well, damn.
I cannot stress how nothing her commentary is.
Oh, what's that? A whole entire car! Just
A whole entire... Okay, to be fair, and this isn't me defending Sniperwolf, this is something I would do as like a parody of Sniperwolf. This is how I would react to something if I was trying to do my best Sniperwolf impersonation as like a gag on my channel. If I was like trying to make fun of Sniperwolf, right? Did Femyoz's ring just go notification? No, that was in the video we were watching.
Just rolled into the neighbor's yard.
See, the reason
It's like, yeah, it's garbage. I'm gonna close the blinds because it's getting darker outside.
The reason I keep playing these clips is because of a little thing called fair use, the extremely important legal doctrine that allows creators to upload content that isn't theirs. And in order for content to fall under fair use, it must be transformative.
I agree with this, but I don't think whether or not something is legal is relevant. I think that ultimately, you know, I don't care about what the law is necessarily. You can do things that are, you know, illegal but not immoral, and vice versa. You can do things that are immoral but not illegal, right? You take, you know, just like, here's the thing, right? Regardless of what the laws are, like, let's say fair use laws just ceased to exist tomorrow, right? That wouldn't change anything from a moral perspective. It wouldn't make anything Sniperwolf does any more or less justifiable, right? It wouldn't change that, right?
And add new meaning to the material. That's how I was able to monetize my old infomercial and Apple parodies. Yeah, I was using copyrighted content, but my satirical slant added transformative value. Going back to Sniperwolf,
again, I don't like framing this in the context of a legal argument. I think you should be, you know, talking about something more along the lines of what people get from transformative content rather than, well, stolen content, right? How it benefits the audience and the creator, right? Laws, what are you, a liberal? Yeah, exactly. You know, jacksfilms, you know, you're almost making a good argument, but you had to stoop down to liberalism, cringe liberalism instead of based leftism. Very disappointing. I'm absolutely fuming. I'm crying and pissing my pants right now.
Her commentary isn't so much transformative as it is just summarizing what we're watching.
Someone caught is that a cow? Oh no, one of them rolled down the hill.
It's not even content, it's non-tent. Sniperwolf is the damn that's crazy of reactors. So why am I going after Sniperwolf in particular? After all, she's hardly the only person stealing other people's content and reaping all the benefits.
Well, I think that all of them should be gone after, right? But there's so many, you can't go after them all. So you gotta pick one and make an example of them, right?
Is it because, as she suggested, that I'm sexist and only go after female reactors? Well, no, 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 and no. And you might want to delete that tweet since you love deleting tweets about me, but more on that later. No, the real reason is actually this. Have you ever read a tweet that broke your brain? Because this broke mine.
Ooh.
This is the official YouTube creators account on Twitter with over 6 million followers.
That's my Sniperwolf reaction, by the way.
Followers.
Oh my god. Guys, I think that the tweet... Okay, so as you can see, what the tweet says... Okay, well, first of all, it has 5 retweets, 1 quote, and 19 likes. It does have 2,900 views, so... You know, not the best engagement rate, but... You know, they didn't get more retweets than likes, you know, so it can't be that bad. And they only got 1 quote retweet, so I guess people just didn't care that much. But, you know, they're talking about Sniperwolf, and they're, you know, asking where Sniperwolf gets video ideas. Well, then later in the tweet, they say it's like, if that was my level of engagement, you guys would be telling me to shut the fuck up, right? I mean, you guys already do that if I ramble on too much and go on too many side tangents, and but like that's because that's kind of what I want you to do sometimes if I get too sidetracked, right? Though sometimes it's too interesting for me not to.
Acknowledging Sniperwolf as a keynote speaker at last month's VidCon, claiming she gets her ideas from her fans. Now, there are several things wrong with this tweet, like why is she a keynote speaker at VidCon? Why is YouTube creators bolstering this? But the worst thing about the tweet is this, getting video ideas from her fans. What ideas? Quite literally, all she does is upload other people's TikToks. How is that an idea? What?
Oh, it's my favorite idea. Oh, hey, Sniperwolf, can you make part 734 of reacting to crazy TikToks? Be sure to include a segment where something wacky happens, and then you say how wacky it is. Oh my god, the plane crashed into the Twin Towers. Oh, that's crazy. Alright, guys, okay? I think that I need to show you how to do a Sniperwolf reaction, okay? And I think that we have the perfect video to do it with, okay? And I'll pull it up, alright? I gotta find it first, okay? However, I think that because her whole shtick is finding crazy content and then saying how crazy it is, I think that I'm gonna do the same, okay? So, I think what we need to do, okay? Alright? Let's see here. Alright. So, we're gonna be watching, so guys, now this video is a little bit older, okay? It's 4 years ago. It's got 41 million views, so I'm not even stealing from small content creators, so I'm already kind of doing this wrong. But this crazy video is called 9/11 as events unfold. So guys, we're gonna be watching the craziest plane crash you've ever witnessed. Oh my god, guys. Oh,
American 11, are you trying to call?
The cockpit is not answering their phone.
so the cockpit isn't answering the phone.
Hey, I'm going to call from Washington. I am in a situation with American 11.
No, not a situation.
Erratic again. Problem, very erratic.
Oh, let me put my glasses on. Oh my god, guys. Oh, did you see that? Oh, the plane crashed into the Twin Tower. That's fucking crazy. Oh, it's spinning. Okay. Betty. Is Betty? What happened to Betty?
Betty?
Where is Betty, guys? Guys. Oh my god, guys, look at that. Oh, look at all the smoke. That's crazy. Damn, that's so crazy. Can you believe how much smoke there is? Oh my god, guys.
New York. We have some problems over here right now.
Oh,
we
no,
might
they
have
have
a hijack over here
problems?
too.
No, not a hijack. What will we ever do?
Jules, this is Ryan. Listen, on an airplane that's been hijacked. Things will go well.
No, what's gonna happen, guys?
Absolutely fuck you. I want you good.
The plane is hijacked. This is really not good news.
So happy to find, same to my parents and everybody. And I just totally love you, and I'll see you later, Dexter.
Oh my god, there
Okay.
goes the plane. Oh my god, guys. No way, it just crashed into the tower. Did you guys see that? That explosion is crazy. No way.
All the elevators are blocked out.
Not the elevators. Oh, they look so confused, guys.
Towers are now.
Both of them. Oh, I thought one was a lot, but man, two of them. Oh, that's crazy, guys.
Southeast of the White House.
Oh, wow, they're sending the good guys in.
Crystal City, just north of Crystal City.
Just to the north of your town.
Yeah, stop all departures.
Oh no, the Pentagon as well? What the heck? Oh no, that's so crazy.
United 93, that traffic for you is 1 o'clock, 12 miles eastbound 370.
Negative contact, we're looking United 93.
Negative contact.
United 93, Cleveland, if you're here, the center ident.
I got that bitch down. Keep remaining to me. You have a bomb board.
They have a bomb? Oh no, that's not good news. Well, that's not good. Dying is bad, guys. Did you know that dying is bad? Well, they're all gonna die.
Baby, you have to listen to me carefully.
Oh no,
I'm on a
it's a
plane that's
phone
been
call.
hijacked. I'm on the plane. I'm calling from the plane. I want to tell you I love you. Please tell my children that
Oh,
I
I
love
hope
them
that the
very
children
much.
hear that.
And I'm so sorry, baby.
Oh, this is so sad, guys.
See your face again, baby. I love you. Bye.
Damn, that's crazy.
We're 56865. We have,
That's a long
I
number.
believe it is a Boeing 757. Can you see him up there, sir?
That's confirmed. It looks like he's rocking his wings.
Why is he doing
Rocking
that?
back and forth.
We're 56865. I advise you stay
That's
with the
not
aircraft, go
normal.
north as fast as you can.
That's silly. Planes don't. That's really that. Why would you do that with your plane? That's what a silly goose of a
Got
pilot.
information on that yet?
Yeah, he's down.
He's down?
Yes.
When did he land?
He did not
Oh
land.
no.
Oh, he's down.
Does that mean the plane crashed? Oh my god. The plane crashed, guys. That's crazy.
Yeah, somewhere up northeast of Camp David.
Wow, oh man. Oh no, that's a lot of smoke, guys. That's not good news. There's lots of smoke, guys. Look at all the smoke.
At number 2 World Trade Center, right? Ladies and students in the office, we're not ready to die, but it's getting bad.
Oh no, it's collapsing! Oh, damn, that is crazy! Uh-oh, that's not good, guys! Smash like for more content! Don't forget to subscribe to my Patreon!
help each other get off the floor. Now,
They're gonna die! No, it's exploding! A war? That's not good. Not a war. Is that inside the building, guys? Oh my god, there's so much smoke, you can't even see what's happening. Damn, that's is this after the... What happened? No way. There will be no forgetting the September 11th. Oh my god, damn, that's crazy, guys. Can you believe what we just saw, guys? That was crazy. The planes actually crashed into the towers, and then there was like a big explosion, and then all of the people died, and then the towers collapsed. Oh, this is so sad. Can we smash 2 million likes just to you know, in honor of the people that died in this tragedy? That's so sad, guys. Oh, that was crazy, guys. Smash like if you want to see me react to more crazy content in part 1274 of my series. Did you guys see that? Guys, was that a good Sniper Wolf impersonation? I think I did a pretty good job. I don't know, you guys tell me. I think I'm proud of that one. I think I actually did a better job than Sniper Wolf. I think somehow, despite me trying to, you know, do a parody of her, somehow I think I might have accidentally brought more entertainment value to the table. Maybe not accidentally. Maybe it was on purpose. Either way, I think it just goes to show what quality content this is, you know? Wasn't that just a crazy video, guys? Don't ask me who it's from, actually. I'm not gonna tell you. I found it somewhere, okay? Don't ask me about it, okay? They don't need credit. It's basically my video now, okay? Alright, let's continue with the jacksfilms video.
What am I not getting here? Do her fans comment, here's an idea, you should react to more TikToks? And she goes, damn, that's crazy. Sorry, I feel a little gaslit here. Seeing YouTube and VidCon boost this kind of activity is so disheartening. It sends a terrible message to creators, and that is, don't create.
And this is literally what I was talking about before too, by the way. With the, oh yeah, it starts out with you make a dog shit video, but it gets 1 out of 10, you know, it's the best performing out of your previous 10 videos, right? So it's like, oh, well, that's what the people want, so I guess I'm gonna make more of that shit, right? I genuinely believe that you know, Sniperwolf is mostly to blame, but I think, you know what? I'm gonna be charitable and say, you know what? Only half of the blame is on her, because the other half of the blame falls onto the people that are enabling her and telling her to continue doing this. The people that are saying, yes, this is what we want to see more of, right? YouTube themselves endorsing it, saying, yes, make more of this, please. Yeah, like, again, she's only half of the responsibility falls on her, and she's obviously a bad person, right? Let's be real. At least as far as I'm concerned, she's a bad person. But I don't think we should be letting her enablers off the hook that easy. And I'm not just talking about her child audience, but I'm talking about, you know, the people that are in charge of how YouTube runs, right? They should be, you know, copyright claiming her content and shit and taking it down for not being fair use, in my opinion, right? Because it's blatantly not, right? It would be one thing if one video was not fair use and whatever, it's one video, right? And it's like, oh, but then it performs poorly. Maybe just do that to discourage that type of shit. Sure, whatever, right? I'd be fine with that as well, right? Encourage more high-quality content. But YouTube doesn't do that, and it's disheartening to see.
Steal. Why make content when you can curate it? What's the point in writing music, or animating, or perfecting your craft when you can just upload someone else's hard work and say,
this is nuts. Like, I cannot even believe what I'm seeing right now.
I mean, that was my reaction to 9/11.
Neither.
This is nuts. The Twin Towers collapsing, that's fucking nuts.
The other reason I'm going after Sniperwolf is she made fun of my hairline. Now that's something only my wife, friends, family, and viewers get to do.
Okay, Sniperwolf took this way too far. This is not okay. She has crossed a line.
Not you, Sniperwolf. Never you. You know, maybe you should react to better comebacks, because this is embarrassing. I get why you deleted it. I would delete it too. Now, part of the reason Sniperwolf deleted it.
Oh my god, guys, look at the ratio of 67 quotes and 36 likes. That's fucking crazy.
I would delete it too. Woof. Now, part of the reason Sniperwolf has gotten away with this theft for so long is that her audience is children. And I don't mean that condescendingly. I mean, her viewers are literally kids.
I blame the YouTube establishment and Sniperwolf, not her audience, okay? Her audience is just retarded children.
And kids don't care about things like content theft or freebooting. They just want to go to the page with all the funny TikToks. Wow, this YouTuber has all the coolest TikToks. I really want to know how Sniperwolf finds all those videos to react to. Gee, I don't know. Maybe from the people that made them? By the way, that's a real tweet from YouTube. Are you starting to see why my blood's boiling? So Sniperwolf's viewers don't care or know about the stolen content. Maybe we should tell them. Maybe we write things in her comment section like credit the creators, or hey, I wonder where these TikToks came from, or you think she has permission to use these, or why is her commentary not transformative? She's merely summarizing what we're watching. Okay, maybe that last one's a little too verbose for the kiddies, but you get my point.
Yeah, you think that they can read more than 5 words for a sentence, let alone 2 whole sentences?
Now, Sniperwolf, if you're watching this, hi, big fan, you're probably thinking a few things right now. One is, why is he so obsessed with me? To which I say, are you serious? I just told you that a moment ago. Another thing you might actually be thinking is, he's just jealous of my success. And you know what, Sniperwolf?
I mean, aren't we all? But it's not just about the success in of itself, right? It's about the means through which you obtained said success, right? Like, that's the thing, right? jacksfilms does deserve success because he makes good content. He's funny. He's entertaining. Sniperwolf doesn't do any of that. She doesn't make content. She plays other people's content and says, "Damn, that's crazy, isn't it? Isn't that crazy, guys? Look at what's happening on screen that I'm showing you that somebody else did. That's so crazy. Do you see how crazy that is? That's fucking crazy, guys. Do you not see how fucking crazy this video is that we're watching? I mean, hell, I should be if Sniperwolf deserves 1 million plus views a video, then I deserve 10 plus million views per video and live stream VOD. 100 million views per video, really.
I am. Of course I am. You've stolen your way to the top. You've made your millions, but off the backs of hundreds of other creators who didn't really consent to this partnership you forced.
Yeah, if she tries to come back with the argument of, "Oh, you're just a jealous hater," it would come across the same way as somebody, I don't know, robbing a bank or some shit like that, and then people lose money over it, right? People invested money in that bank, let's say, and maybe somebody robs that, right? And then the robber, you know, when somebody gets mad at them for stealing their money, the robber's like, "Oh, you're just a jealous hater because I'm successful. Look at you, you broke piece of shit. Imagine being a disgusting poor piece of shit like you when I'm the successful one, okay? You wish you could rob a bank like me." It's like, and hold people at gunpoint. It's like, oh, yeah, no, I'm just a jealous hater of all of the bank robbers in the world. And I guess it's not the best example, but it was the first one that came to mind. I mean, I'm not particularly a big fan of banks or how they operate, but that's because of my leftist worldview, and you know, we're not here to talk about that, okay? We're talking about normie shit right now, okay? Yeah.
And I'm not just jealous. I'm jaded. This is my 17th year on YouTube, and I've seen this platform evolve countless times since I started in 2006. Back then, the content YouTube would boost was sketch comedy or meticulous music videos or...
Yeah, anyone remember sketch comedy when that was like an actual medium that you could use to grow your channel? Boy, weren't those the days. Weren't those the days. I guess, yeah, like the only high-effort content now that will thrive, I guess, is video essays. But that's because it's like, you know, it's more of like a, oh, here's like a topic people already care about, and I'm making like a really high-effort video about it, right? Whereas a comedy sketch, it's like, well, you're just making a bunch of shit up to be funny, right? But it's entertaining, right? But it's like, oh, well, that's not going to pull in as many people, so fuck that. We're not going to promote that, you know? Even though there would be obviously a more dedicated audience to the people that do find it. Nah, we're just not gonna show it to anybody.
Content. Just genuine, actual content.
It's like I'm such a terminally online person who's been online for ages, just growing up my entire life, and seeing the way that YouTube content has shifted over the years. You know, in some regards, in terms of, oh, yeah, some of this stuff is really highly edited now in a way that it didn't used to be. And, you know, it's like, oh, look at how visually pleasing this ContraPoints video is. You know, you didn't used to see that back in the day, right? And when it comes to stuff like that, it's inspiring. It's like, damn, that's really fucking good. You know, I want to do that. You know, I want to strive to do this. But on the other hand, it's like, back in the day, content was, especially comedy-based content, specifically, not even based on any particular relevant topic, just based on comedy. Just making content because it's fun and funny. And no other reason other than just to make people laugh. You know, I miss that. When that was like a genuine thing that people would do frequently and find success with, right? I mean, again, you don't see that anymore. Right? And stuff like that fucking sucks to see, man. Like, as somebody that grew up, you know, watching Smosh and you know, people like that made, you know, high effort content, especially for its time. It sucks to see that there are people, you know, over a whole fucking decade later that are still making the type of shit that Sniperwolf makes and having it still be successful. and for a while, I thought, oh, we phased out of the whole Jinx reacts type of shit, right? No, nope. It came back. It came back, and it's even more. It's a larger tumor than it's ever been, right?
Today, the very definition of content.
I guess the main difference is instead of the camera quality being 480p or 720p and using the camera mic, they use 1080p cameras now with decent lighting and a decent microphone. Actually, no, fuck that. I'm pretty sure Sniperwolf uses her camera mic because because it sounds so fucking compressed. It sounds terrible.
Content is arguable because anything can be content, for better or for worse.
When you turn on the water, it's gonna fill up the water bottle. Oh, and then the water pours out of it.
Wow, it's almost like there wasn't more room for the water. Oh my god, that's shocking. It's almost like when you fill up a water bottle with a hole at the top of it. Then the water goes through the hole. And oh my god, what would be even crazier is if there wasn't a hole, and then instead of it going out of the hole, because there's too much water, it actually builds up, it creates more pressure and stuff. So the new water pushes it up because there's too much water. It can't all fit in. So then it pushes it up, and then water starts seeping out. It starts spraying out of the bottom part. Oh my god, guys, wouldn't that be crazy if that fucking happened? If that happened and I was able to make the most basic fucking observation imaginable?
So you can.
What have I missed? Chat, do we tell Pancake Panic? Do we tell Ash about the 9/11 reaction we did?
Wash your hands.
I'm just gonna say it. This sucks. This absolutely sucks. Both the thing itself and YouTube's promotion of it. So now what? Where do we go from here? I've said my piece.
9/11 reactions, okay? I think Hasan's chair would do a great job reacting to the video we reacted to, on stream. Not jacksfilms, but the 9/11 one, the crazy video where the Twin Towers collapsed, and we were like, damn, that's crazy, because it was crazy. It's a very crazy video indeed. So that's why I said that. In case you weren't aware of how crazy it was. If I didn't have said that, you would have just thought, oh, this is just like an ordinary occurrence, right? This is just something that, happens every day, like towers collapsing and airplanes flying. That shit happens all the time. But as soon as I point, and it's like, but then I pointed it out for you guys, right? And then you're like, well, damn, Femyoz, I never really thought about it like that. You're right. Yeah, people don't normally fly their planes into the Twin Towers. That isn't a normal thing usually. Huh. I never thought of it that way. Thank you for transforming this video, Femyoz, and giving your incredible insight here.
But will anything actually change? Probably not. Which is why I'm not done. Last year, I made a new channel called jjjacksfilms. It was a parody of Sniperwolf's channel, where I reacted to her videos, but in the most drawn-out way possible.
Oh,
so
hell
for
yeah.
7 days.
Oh my gosh, a whole week to make paper? No thanks, I'll just buy it at the store. No, I kid, of course. So it's a very complicated process. A whole week? Oh, it's been 1 week since you made me paper. These videos were intentionally hard and painful to watch.
We're watching one of those, by the way.
Which got me thinking, what if I made them entertaining? Instead of playing a character, what if I just graded each one of her reactions with legitimate criticism? And what if I credited the creators whenever possible, both in the video and in the description? And what if, occasionally, I enlisted the help of my good friend JackGPT? Jarvis, please write a haiku on why freebooting is bad. Pirates of the web. Snatching memes with no cred. Original sad. Why, you could call that transformative. Heck, I'd argue it even falls under fair use. Wouldn't you agree, Sniperwolf?
Aw, hell yeah.
I'm not really asking.
It's minus 57 degrees.
Minus 57 degrees.
Guys, I think it might be minus 57 degrees. So, if you thought that, maybe it's minus 56, minus 58, minus 5 billion, or a billion degrees, you're literally in the sun, you're sadly mistaken. It's minus 57 degrees. I sure do wonder if it's Fahrenheit or Celsius, though. I'm on the edge of my seat, waiting to learn, how cold is it truly, Or maybe it's measured in Kelvin. That'd actually be kind of crazy, It's
That's what he said. Yep.
Tried to pour a can of Coke.
You try to pour a can of Coke?
Stop.
Guys, I think that he might have tried pouring a can of Coke. I mean, you can see an attempt was made, you know? But I guess it's a failed attempt because now the Coke can is attached with the frozen thing. So, obviously you wouldn't know that if I hadn't been explaining this, but you're welcome.
Stop repeating. She's just repeating what they say louder. Anyways, the first video is...
I think what jacksfilms is saying here is that... Or, sorry, what I meant to say is... I think what jacksfilms is saying here is what sniperwolf is doing is that she's saying the same thing as what's going on or being said, but louder. You see, the reason is because loud equals funny and entertaining. Jesus, I've been gone for a while. Oof.
Already up on jjjacksfilms. Go check it out and subscribe because I will be uploading there daily for as long as I want to.
You see this big guy? He be eating all of the little guys.
No, I had no idea that he was there. But now that you mention it, I now know that that big guy was there. You know, and even if I had saw it, I wouldn't have been thinking about the size. I would have thought, oh, there's like a bug there, right? It's like, but oh, wow, yeah, you're right. It is larger than the average bug. Well, one of the many struggles in my life is, you know, I'm not capable, of making basic observations like that. But thankfully, we have the absolute genius SSSniperwolf over here to do it for me. Because I'm not able to do that on my own. That's why I don't watch the source material, right? I need it to be transformed so that I can digest it.
Bottom line, effortless reaction content.
But jacksfilms, you can't be doing that. That's editing. That goes beyond just putting, you know, the video, you know, next to you. You know, putting text on screen? What are you, fucking gay? Putting editing? Nah, fuck that shit. That shit's for pussies, you know.
Has only grown more common since the days of Jinx. And just because it's more normalized now doesn't make it right.
I thought it was gone, frankly. Because well, not recent, but like before I came back, started making videos, right? I thought, oh yeah, it's probably gone by now, right? The quality, the barrier of entry to being successful on YouTube has to be higher by now, right? No, it's not. I will say it's both, you know, saddening and disheartening to see, but also a little inspirational because it means if that's how the most talented and unintelligent human being you could possibly imagine can do it, then so can fucking I.
I will continue to call out thieving mooches like this, and I hope my fellow creators will do the same. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Hell yeah. I'm one of the fellow creators, by the way, if you couldn't tell. I know you're not capable as the audience of making basic observations like that. So, you know, I just felt like I had to make sure you were aware, you know? Otherwise, you know, your dumbass wouldn't have known what's going on. Obviously, that's what I'm here for.
I need to find a good home for this small glass of wine. Shout out to the people that actually make stuff. Mwah.
Guys, I think that he's holding a glass of wine. I don't know if it's small, but he's saying it's small. And because I'm not, I mean, if you look at it, I would think,
small glass.
you know, it looks a little bit on the medium to large size to me, but I don't know. I mean, what do I know? I'm not one to make basic observations like that. I am physically incapable of doing so. That's why, but, you know, man, I wish Sniperwolf was here to react to this. Because then she could tell me, you know, if jacksfilms is being truthful about the size of the wine glass.
Glass of wine. Shout out to the people that actually make stuff. Mwah.
Anyways, that was one hell of a video. I wonder what jacksfilms thinks about people like Hasan, right? Because obviously people clown on Hasan, rightfully so. Oh yeah, the stream, you know, reacts more than he does, blah, 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 right? It's a funny meme. I make those jokes all the time, right? But it's like, I don't watch very many Hasan streams. I only see clips of him, so I'm going to see both the best and the worst, depending on who the clips are from. But, you know, I don't watch very much Hasan. But I wonder what like the average, like the I don't know what you would expect to see like during a Hasan stream if you just tuned in randomly at like the most average point. What is that like? Is he entertaining? I genuinely don't know, because I refuse to use Twitch, okay? I hate Twitch. I don't care. I will never use it unless streaming on YouTube just stops being a feature or something. And then also, you know, Rumble and Kick would also have to not exist. I would literally choose streaming on Rumble over streaming on Twitch, unironically. Genuinely. I don't care. I'm not kidding. But yeah, anyways, wow, that was something else entirely. You know, I think maybe in the spirit of the video, okay? I think what we need to be doing here, alright? So, I'm gonna... Hold on. I think what we need to be doing here, okay? I am going to be playing a jacksfilms video, okay? Well, sorry, not a jacksfilms video. A jjjacksfilms video, okay? We're gonna sort... Actually, we're gonna watch the latest, okay? You know what? Yeah. Yes. Alright. So, the next video we're gonna be watching is on the official jjjacksfilms... I can't speak, okay? I'm sorry, okay? Hold on, let me exit out of that, okay? Sorry, I'm stupid, okay? The next video we're gonna be watching is actually on the jjjacksfilms channel itself, the far superior channel of his, obviously, okay? And he actually uploaded 5 hours ago, so not too far before I started streaming, actually. I didn't even realize that he had uploaded. I had no idea. Wasn't even in my playlist of videos to watch. But you know what? In the spirit of the video, it's called The Irony. I think, you know what? Because it's a video that I assume is criticizing SSSniperwolf satirically in some way, or maybe non-satirically, or maybe some of each. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. I think that I should be showing a good example of how to do react content. And you know what? I think because I aspire to be Hasan, you know, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go pee while the video plays in the background.
This guy got caught.
I definitely wouldn't do this anyway, because it's like, well, it's a podcast. You need to be listening to something, right? Don't worry, I'll pause it for a while after, okay? Yeah, sorry. Gotta go take a piss. Either way. Alright?
Stealing an Amazon package right in front of the delivery driver's eyes. So he chased him.
Whoa, gamers, I'm sorry. This doesn't happen all the time. Credit to the creators. Oh my god.
Damn, that is crazy. Alright, sorry.
We have a TikTok submitted by the No Cap Capper, possibly. Although I also, well, we also see a weird law and crime watermark.
Nah, you better bring that back. No. What do you mean I don't got it? Bro jumped the fence, rolled away with a package. I don't understand package thieves. Like, y'all know what's inside that?
You know, it's so interesting. You don't understand package thieves. I guess we're alike, because I don't understand content thieves. I just don't. You know, like, ask permission if you're going to feature, and credit the creators. You know, don't crop out the usernames. Actually, link them in the description. And some YouTubers even pay. They pay the creators. Daily Dose of Internet actually does that. I see the irony here in saying, you know, you don't quite understand package thieves. Anyways, damn, that's crazy.
Could be facial cleansing cloths.
Ooh, we have a PNG. All right, so there's a bit of effort here. I will consider that in the final grade.
But it could be some AirPods, or maybe a wooden spoon set.
Okay, stop. We're just speculating. We're not adding anything. We're just guessing what it could be. Never mind. Now we're back down to...
Or a Shein quality bathing suit. I didn't know your Prime subscription included this. I'm clearly not getting this kind of service. My delivery driver...
I'm just gonna show it a third time at least. Okay.
Will deliver packages anywhere but my front door. One day it will be in my planter. One day it'll be at the front of my driveway. One day it will be across the street at the neighbor's house.
What does that have to do with what we're watching? This is about package thieves, not where the Amazon delivery driver...
Damn, guys, can you believe that that's happening? I can't believe there's, like, stuff with Amazon and stuff. That's crazy. Can you guys believe that? I know I sure can't. That's why I'm describing it to you. So basically what's happening is jacksfilms, is making a video reacting to a reaction of stuff. And yeah, that's what's happening. Thank goodness you have the Lord and Savior, Femyoz. Or, well, I guess, you know, okay, look, I know I was acting like femboy Hasan just now. But again, it's such a small proportion of the stream that it doesn't matter, okay? I also don't know what was going on while the piano was playing, okay? You guys might have to make basic observations for me of what you saw on screen, because I genuinely didn't see it. I didn't bring my laptop with me to take a piss. I mean, I'm sure you guys would have enjoyed that, but, you know, yeah, no. Not gonna do that. I don't know. Maybe that's the loophole in the system, right? That's what Hasan is not willing to do. Based opinion? Wait, which one? I'm so lost. I'm sorry, chat.
Delivers the packages. What's happening right now? I feel very
I genuinely do not know.
Lost.
Guys, I think we might be lost.
I feel like I'm on a different planet right now. I feel mad.
So I think jacksfilms might feel like he's on a different planet. I mean, this is just speculation, but that might be the case.
Once they delivered
All right, I'm gonna stop pretending to be Sniperwolf.
the laptop right behind my garage, and I almost backed up into it.
Damn, that's crazy. But what does that have to do? I'm sorry, Sniperwolf. What?
Damn, that is crazy.
You can't just end on a tangent and then go, all right, on to the next TikTok. No.
I mean, at least she included an edit. I sincerely hope that wasn't I sincerely hope that wasn't jacksfilms editing. I hope that was in the original video from Sniperwolf. Please tell me she at least has like an editor or something that like makes it like slightly different or something. I don't know.
Can't do that. Go back to the package thief commentary. Package thief commentary, excuse me. I'm just so flustered. I'm looking at my letter grades right now. I'm going to say D+.
That's very generous.
For don't like stray off topic. Otherwise, the reaction is just is
Or no, I think it's fair if that editing was Sniperwolf's.
Pointless. You strayed a little too far for me. Jarvis, please write a limerick about a YouTuber reacting to a TikTok about package thieves.
There once was a YouTuber named Mike, whose reactions were known to be hype. He found a TikTok bazaar about package thieves from afar, and his laughter echoed like a spike.
Okay, that just doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry.
I don't know what's going on here, but does she talk about jacksfilms at any point? That's what I'm here for. I'm here for the juice, the meat. Anyways, sorry. I apologize. I think I might have been engaging in Hasan-like behavior. I know, I make fun of him and do the same thing. It's okay, we're all a hypocrite sometimes. And again, live content, it's like, okay, you get a little bit more leeway. But you don't get to go for, 12 minutes. Well, okay, I think I might have done that before. But not on a frequent basis, okay? Just hold in your shit if you gotta shit, okay? Wait till after you're done streaming. Shit your pants if you have to. I don't care. Yeah, that's right. What am I even saying? What am I even saying? I genuinely don't even know. I don't know. I'm saying more. I don't know what I'm saying, and it's like one of those autistic, I'm just saying words moments, which I have plenty of during a lot of streams, and what I'm saying is still far more, I don't know, intellectually engaging and whatnot than anything Sniperwolf has ever said. I don't know. So apparently, okay. All right. Now, sorry, I needed a small break from talking anyway. All right? I'm sorry, chat. I don't know what Bone Lab VR or your mods have to do with the stream, but go off. More power to you. But yeah, anyways, I'm gonna skip the intro of this, but hold on. Now, on to the next video segment. I'm so sorry for this long transition point. Whatever. Anyways, the next video we're gonna be watching is from Tommy C, friend of the channel. We have very different political views, but somehow we actually managed to get along because, I don't know, I guess we both have the same shit sense of humor of just, yeah, just go be ruthless and just shit on everybody. We both find it funny. We both get it. Neither of us take it too seriously. So yeah, that's why we get along. And he's actually a nice person behind the scenes. Like the whole like, oh yeah, look at how much of an asshole thing, or how much of an asshole thing I am thing. God, my grammar's not grammaring today. It's sort of like it's like I don't know, like a gag almost. Like it's not like he's not like that behind the scenes really. Like I don't know. Anyways, I'm fucking autistic. Maybe I need to do more Sniperwolf style reactions where I'm just not saying anything. But yeah. Anyways, yes, the next video we're gonna be watching is from Tommy C. It's called "Did jacksfilms make an unintentionally bad Sniperwolf criticism?" Now, I don't know what that would be, other than I don't know, maybe something that I would have given as light criticism. But an hour and 28 minutes, so almost an hour and a half spent on this. I want to know what my boy Tommy C has to say. All right. So without further ado, let's stop rambling and just watch. Well, okay. I don't know if that's. Does that count as copyrighted music?
Oh, Matt Pitt.
But yeah. Let's just.
I think I'll
What?
Like,
What, about my leg or
maybe we should
something,
leave. I'll say something like, "We'll leave that to the end," or it's the first word out of my mouth because it's like the most. Because I go to the most uncomfortable thing. That's what I do.
Yeah.
Speaking of uncomfortable, both shirts I bought this year, both of them left the team, and now this guy goes.
I mean, I'm scrolling down.
Nice.
I don't see. I don't see it. I don't.
The guy I got my back.
I don't see it like listing a specific song or anything, but I don't know. I'm not sure. So it might not be. I mean, I don't know why he would use it if it's copyright. I don't know, because it's a stream. I guess it's like, well, it doesn't really matter. It's like, not really, because it's like the money comes from the donations. Streams get demonetized anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Back now, it's 30 something.
All right.
To the Champions League. That's like unheard of. So I guess it had to happen on.
In the famous words of Sniperwolf herself, "Damn, bro, that's crazy."
It's probably some kind of record.
Sorry.
You know, if he ends up starting, which I think is unlikely. Right.
All right.
Yeah, but it's not impossible because he's
Hold
that good,
on.
which is why he's in the Champions.
I need to look at the transcript.
All right. So yeah, I'm really happy. But goodbye, Benedict Hollabach. Hopefully we'll have a good season without him. Guy scored like almost all the goals we had. Sure, we'll be fine. Not back in the third league. All right. Anyway, going on, we got a bunch of stuff to talk about. I think, I'm not taking a swing at Jack's films. I actually respect this guy pretty much. He's probably one of those talented guys, in my opinion, ever to be on this platform.
Okay, based. Okay, good. Because I saw, an hour and a half of criticism against Jack's films, saying that, the criticism is bad. This can't be good. But I'll hear it out. So I'm glad that right off the bat, okay, he's not being cringe about it.
He's the most talented guys, hands down. I have nothing but respect.
I need to stop making basic, obvious observations now. The bit is over, and now it's becoming habitual. Now I see how easy it is to get sucked into the mindset of making mindless React content, by the way. It's so much easier to just say things that are just, that everybody already fucking knows and is thinking while watching the content, rather than saying things that are transformative. And oh my god, it is so much easier to go one way than the other way. Oh man.
I just think I just think that he's making a bit. I don't think he thought this through. Now a few people wrote me, it's like he is not good when he does drama or criticism. He's just because he's
I don't know. I disagree. I thought he did a good job with the whole Jinx drama. Now, obviously, Jinx was already kind of a lol cow at that point. Everybody hated him, but still, he clearly came out as the victor. He unambiguously won. Everyone clowned on Jinx, and he made good points as well, while being funny. And I think that Jack engaged in, similar behavior. And I think it was, for the most part, rhetorically effective, right? If you're, and keep in mind, if you're funny, you can immediately get away with saying a lot more, in general, right? If you're funny and likable, it doesn't even, there's no way in which this could hurt him in terms of the approach he's taking, at least not in my opinion.
He makes songs and creative videos, and he's super talented, and I could totally see how he came about it this way, but he's not looking at everything. He doesn't. Right. He's like one of those guys. He's like I'm not saying he's like this. The reason you have free speech for everyone, including like the most repugnant people, is so nobody can turn around and saying you're breaking the law. He's doing that with fair use. He's saying that's not.
Oh, okay, actually, this is literally the same criticism that I made. Okay, me and Tommy C actually agree on this. Almost word for word verbatim. I was not I thought there was going to be like a, oh yeah, there's like more harsh criticism. Okay, yeah. I actually agree. I think that maybe the title is just meant to be inflammatory.
It's not really fair use. Like the way some people say that's not really free speech. And the only reason they're saying that is to shut you up. In a sense, he's doing that too. But I don't think he's doing it for some kind of malicious reason. You know, and then stuff like that. So,
well, I think that when it comes to non-transformative content, I think that there should be some sort of YouTube bot that detects, oh, you know, the vast majority of the watch time here is literally just other people's content. Maybe we should demote this algorithmically. And if possible, if they can identify where the source material came from, and if it's on their platform, promote that algorithmically instead. I think a system like that would be so much better. It wouldn't be repressive. There wouldn't be any issues with like, oh no, what if that causes more censorship? None of that shit, right? No one would need to worry. Not even people that are like paranoid about that, right? I think that would be good.
So that's it. We'll go over his video, and we'll make constructive criticisms. The other thing we're gonna do, not constructive criticism.
I hope that Tommy C says, "Damn, that's crazy," every time something happens in the video, just like Sniperwolf. That'd be pretty cool.
Boy, did I get some people mad at me. Untouchable.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I saw that. I saw this on Twitter. It was obvious bait. It's like, oh yeah, the Nazis and the LGBT community are basically the same. It's like, it's obviously just bait. It's a way of farming engagement. I knew what he was doing right away. I didn't even have to read the caption, right?
Oh, piss some people off. Good. And then we'll go over the replies, right? And we'll watch, like, here's what you look for. Everybody that's truly offended, they're pretending they're not, calls you, oh, Mr. Edge Guy. I notice when lefties do horrible shit because they like to believe they've never done any horrible shit in history. China, Russia, South America.
Sure, but, I mean, let's be real. We're not personally responsible for what Okay, first of all, no. First of all, the Chinese Communist Party is not leftist, okay? It's authoritarian, okay? Their entire ideology is antithetical to what somebody like me believes in, okay? I would say that I am... I don't like to use the term libertarian because it gets misused quite a bit, even though it's probably technically correct, to an extent at least. I don't like the term anarchist because it gets, well, I don't know, it gets used by a different type of person that, you know, might be... you know, a little bit more kooky than I am, let's just say. I don't know, but I guess I would say anti-authoritarian. I'm just the opposite of authoritarianism. I just hate authoritarianism broadly, right? And I think that maximizing human happiness and freedom and equality of opportunity, I think that that's all good stuff, right? And that is sort of something that fits into my leftist worldview, right? Now, obviously, you know, I'm not going to claim that... you know, all conservatives are personally responsible for something like Nazi Germany, right? I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh yeah, Tommy C's a Nazi, or like he's responsible for all the shit that... It's like, no, he wasn't even... Wait, what? Yeah, no, like, I don't know. It's like, okay, yeah, if you're not alive, or maybe he was, I don't know. I'm just kidding. Unless... Yeah, no, he's not that old. I mean, I'm just fucking around. Look, I've been streaming too long. Holy shit. It's like 90 degrees in my room. I don't know if I'm sweating or not, but it feels like I am. It's rough. And I've also gotten no sleep last night, right? It's one of those days, okay? Literally none. And I don't just mean like, oh, well, I only got 4 hours of sleep, ooh woo. Nah. If you say shit like that, you're a fucking pussy. Oh no, I only got 4 hours of sleep instead of 8 hours. Oh, where? Boo fucking who? Happens all the time. I don't give a shit about that. No. I mean 0 hours, 0 seconds of sleep last night, okay?
They've never done any horrible hits. They're the ones that get the most uptight about this, so it's really funny. And there's a lot of kind of takes from both sides that are very, very funny. I honestly didn't do this to create content. 11,000, and I posted.
I thought he did, to be honest.
I just forgot. I posted. You know what said this week? High as a kite, right? So I posted. It's just,
I don't know. It just looks like a shit post to me.
Just to be a jerk off, but I ended up getting content out of this. So we'll go over this. It's the replies are just terribly funny, and we'll get into that. But first, the great jacksfilms, and a huge mistake. And just to prove I remember. Do you remember the lawsuit with Blurred Lines?
Yeah,
the music
Wait,
lawsuit.
What?
And they basically got a copyright on Vibe, not because it used to be you had to steal the actual progression, you know. But this lawsuit.
Oh, okay. I actually see where he's going with this. I actually like this, right? Because people will inevitably, if it's made easier to sue somebody or take legal action against somebody who steals your content, you are inevitably making it easier for bad actors to abuse that system. So I get where he's coming from here. Obviously, I think personally the main focus should be on Sniperwolf, but I understand, okay, well, everybody already hates Sniperwolf. I don't need to explain why she's bad or clown on her. Everyone already, I get the point. Yeah.
It was really dangerous because it had a Marvin Gaye vibe.
I definitely have some issues with his Colleen Ballinger take, though. What was his Colleen Ballinger? I mean, sorry, I misspoke. I meant to say Colleen Ballsack. What was wrong with his take about Colleen Ballsack? I don't remember what it was. I don't know if I saw it or not. For all I know, I could have watched it on stream and just completely disagreed with it. I have no idea.
Which I don't know how you quantify that. I don't know how you quantify stealing somebody's music, the same fucking notes, right?
Yeah.
And I remember having an argument with this guy, and he was very artistic, right? Because
I mean, yeah, it's something you sort of have to get a vibe for, which is really hard to do in a legal sense, right? Like making these categorical distinctions legally speaking, because again, the law can't just be vibes based, because anyone can abuse that and take advantage of it, right? So it's like, okay, you need to have some sort of consistent standard that makes it so that you're able to, say, take action against someone stealing your content, like legitimately stealing, but you can't abuse that system to just, I don't know, just be like, oh, you used 2 seconds of my shit, of a video of me recording a shit I took in the toilet in your 5-hour video essay. I'm gonna fucking, like, there's, now obviously that's a very hyperbolic example, but I think it illustrates my point fairly well. You did watch it, and you were very much sussed out by it, thank goodness. Yeah, there's so much YouTube drama that I've been paying attention to that it all goes in one ear and right out the other. I just sort of, like, forget about it. That's how you know I'm more terminally online now than ever before.
Because he thought that,
yeah.
Alan Thicke, I guess the kid, I don't know Alan Thicke, the kid, the kid's about my age. The Blurred Lines video was really...
I don't know anything about it.
It was a cheap knockoff.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't take enough notes to fool the progression to make it actual theft.
Well, and I think that there's a difference between a cheap knockoff of something versus actual theft as well. Sometimes the cheap knockoff can actually be somehow better and more entertaining than the original if it's really bad. Like, take, for instance, there was a B-movie ripoff called Plan B, where B is spelled B-E-E. We might watch it on stream at some point, because it's a certified hood classic. It's a masterpiece. I don't know. We'll have to see.
But the judge ruled against it.
I'll do it on one of my less, topic-oriented streams, I guess.
And they haven't stopped, the gay family have not stopped suing everybody since. And I remember telling them, you can't do this, because once you do this, you open yourself up to, like, oh, that sounds like Ozzy Osbourne. You're killing influence. That's what's kind of happening here.
I think that this is overanalyzing it. But again, I get where he's coming from. I understand the argument he's making. I think that the point of this video from Jack wasn't to be like, oh yeah, we should push for legislation against Sniperwolf or anything like that. I think he's just like, oh yeah, she's blatantly violating both the law and YouTube TOS, but at the same time, YouTube is not only ignoring it, but actively promoting it. And I think that because it's not just ignoring it, but it's actively promoting it. I think that was the reason why he even included that in the first place. So in the context of that, I think I actually sort of, I don't know, I get both sides. I don't know what I think is more correct. Because I right now I'd say, okay, probably I think Jack is slightly more correct, but I haven't heard Tommy out yet.
I don't think he realizes this, because Sniperwolf is a griffing loser. And that's, like,
true.
objectively right. But you have to have grifting losers in order to protect fair use.
Yeah.
To an extent, I suppose, but the point he was making was one of the reasons he even did it on Sniperwolf specifically, and he said this in the video, was because Sniperwolf, wasn't just a bad actor, right? A grifter who just does it for money and makes dog shit content, but she was actively being promoted by the YouTube establishment itself. So not only is YouTube just not doing anything, okay? There's a difference between inaction from YouTube, which, sure, you could argue, yeah, that's fine, I don't care, whatever. YouTube will do what YouTube does. But if they are actively taking action to promote that type of content, I think that is categorically different, right? A different argument, right? It changes the context in which Jack's argument is being used here. It completely changes the actual framing behind it, right? And the whole point was, well, YouTube is endorsing something that violates their own TOS and is illegal, right? Not just they're ignoring it. I don't think he cares if YouTube is negligent, necessarily, and ignores the law or whatever the fuck. I don't think... And again, I criticized Jack as well for that one specific part. I'm like, no, don't make it a legal argument. This is stupid. It's not proper grooming unless there's adrenochrome being extracted by a drag queen to these idiots. Sorry, just got heated about that shit as someone who's been victimized by someone like that themselves. Yeah, it's like, I understand being frustrated with some of Tommy's takes. Like, I disagree with him on, like, fucking everything politically, aside from, like, a few things. We probably agree on right, in fact, I almost know for certain we agree on guns. We both think, or at least I think guns are cool. I don't think he disagrees with me, at the very least. Why we cross paths once more, Sir Femyoz. Indeed we do, Hawthorne, the historian. If you don't mind me asking, how has this fine good day treated you? It certainly has been a while since I saw your channel. Why, I have been doing just fine on this fine... Wait, what fucking day of the week is it? Friday evening, I think. Unless it's a different day of the week. I think, yeah, it's gotta be Friday, right? Hey, what I need you to do is what? Lichfelp, I don't know what language that is, but it ain't English. So I don't know how to read it.
He's gonna make
kind of like when a popular
what?
Guitar riff is it's kind of like when a popular guitar riff is in a song and you start going to local band shows, you start hearing that guitar riff in other songs, you're like, wait.
Yeah, that's stealing. Yeah, that's stealing.
Yeah, but again, I think that's different from, like, okay, yeah, they're just sort of doing that and nobody cares or is doing anything versus, oh, there's, like, this, like, massive establishment. It's not only, like, it's one thing if they're platforming it by, like, okay, just ignoring it, whatever, inadvertently, right? They just don't care, they're not thinking about it, too much effort, too much time, whatever, fine. YouTube can be negligent. I'd rather YouTube be negligent than too strict, obviously. I mean, that's just a given for somebody like me. I'd rather it be not strict enough than too strict, because, I mean, come on. With somebody that talks the way I do, I mean, you can probably guess why, right? But there's a difference between that and, again, YouTube. If there's some big establishment that's promoting the knockoff version, and also not even promoting the source material, then I think that, yeah, it becomes more than just, oh, okay, well, this is just like a byproduct of free speech or whatever, which I don't even necessarily think it has to be, right? Again, you can demote this algorithmically, have YouTube bots detect what percentage of this video is actually original, right? If it's like, okay, well, if it meets a certain threshold, I mean, it's going to be arbitrary to an extent, but it's like, okay, if the vast majority of the video consists of not your content, and, YouTube detects, oh, this is from elsewhere, right? Maybe, and maybe this would be a pipe dream, because let's be real, it is. But, like, let's say that the corporations came together, let's say, and we're like, okay, we'll send this amount of data, or, yeah, we'll have it, we'll allow you to detect our content on your platform in order to use it for algorithmic reasons and vice versa, etc. I don't think that's ever going to happen. Corporations don't give enough of a shit to do something like that, but it would be nice. It's a pipe dream, though. SSSniperwolf the Idiotic. I remember her since the old days of YouTube. I presume she is still the controversial topic after 1945. True. She absolutely is. I don't know if anybody remembers, there was a Minecraft Pocket Edition turned commentary YouTuber named Herobrine Skull, who would rebrand to Herotic, and now I think he just does like music or something. I don't know. He doesn't do commentary anymore. All those videos are deleted. But I specifically remember he made like a video or two criticizing Sniperwolf, and the first time I heard about Sniperwolf was, I think it was a follow-up video actually, in which Herobrine Skull, the Minecraft Pocket Edition YouTuber turned commentary YouTuber of all people, talks about Sniperwolf strike and got my video taken down, which is funny because, and I'm pretty sure it was a copyright strike as well, which is funny because out of all of the people to be concerned about fair use, you would think that Sniperwolf would be the last person. But oh no, somebody dared include your fucking generic ass reaction of you saying, "Damn, that's crazy," in your video. You know, oh no, how dare they steal that by adding it in part of a transformative video in which they're basically just shitting on you the whole time. I don't know, maybe it was like taken down for bullying and harassment or some stupid I don't know. Either way, she was gonna do whatever she could to get the video taken down, and she succeeded. So that was my first introduction of that. This was years ago. I don't think I was even in middle school yet. I think I was finishing elementary school. So, long time ago. Fun fact.
Right?
Yeah.
This is how you know I've been on the internet for a while. I mean, I know I left, like as an audience member, I left commentary, like, many years ago. Like, I want to say, like, 2018, 2019. Roughly when I stopped posting on my old channel, I guess. So, it's weird because I left it from the perspective of a viewer and accidentally became a part of it again, but as the perspective of a content creator. It's very strange.
Yeah. Let's see if I can find.
Speaking of Minecraft, are you gonna make another Minecraft video again? Yeah, I probably will.
This and
in fact, I definitely will. I just don't do it very often because I mean the streams don't do particularly well compared to my other stuff. And you know it is fun, but I want it to be more like a one-off thing than like a main thing, right? I don't want that to be like the main attraction, right? I don't just want to do Minecraft. I don't know unless it like really unless they like those streams start like getting like hella viewers and shit, and it's like, oh, these are performing insanely well, then I might pivot into it just because it's like, well, that's the smart thing to do, right? But that's, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
But like, again, I want to be able to do this as a career. Like, again, I enjoy everything I do, you know? Most of the things I do. I'm sure there's some aspects I don't enjoy. For instance, technical difficulties during streams. Those annoy me, you know?
The SJW. So, we'll get into it. We'll let him give a chance to speak. And this is not one of those where I'm going to be like, I don't think he thought it through. That's it. Didn't think it.
Oh no, I agree with that assessment.
All right, let's do this.
You know what? Actually, yeah, I agree with. I think you know, if not completely, I mostly agree with everything Tommy C's about to say here. Again, I haven't watched it, but based on what he's described, and again, I've already seen the jacksfilms video as well. I don't know if we need to watch all of this to get a good understanding of what he's talking about. I do think, why not Twitch? Because I hate Twitch. I hate Twitch. Twitch sucks. It's a terrible platform. From the perspective of both a viewer and a creator, I hate it. I despise it. I don't understand why anyone... It's like, oh, they take a larger cut of donations. They, you know... that it's not like the Twitch is basically unusable on mobile devices, so if you want to watch something on mobile, good fucking luck. You're gonna have the worst experience if you go on Twitch. It's awful. You know, the people get banned for the dumbest reasons, and as somebody that's been suspended many times on Elon's Twitter and Twitter before then, it's like, well, I'm obviously prone to getting suspended on sites that have strict TOS. That's bullshit, which both, you know, Twitter and Twitch notoriously have. Again, it's just a shittier version of streaming on YouTube. What benefit is there? What are Twitch's redeeming qualities in 2023? Other than, oh, there are established creators that already stream there. I don't fucking care. I don't watch them, or at least not live. I might watch their stream segments, and I'm not gonna go on Twitch to watch them. I don't give a shit, right? And Femyoz, true, Olivia being true. Also, are you just tuning in, Gabe? If so, welcome to the stream. If you've been here for a while, sorry if I didn't notice if you were in chat. I'm sorry.
One last time. This is Sniperwolf. She's a YouTuber with over 30 million subscribers. She uploads...
Alright, we've already watched this. Unless... I don't think that Tommy C is gonna do the... Oh yeah, wouldn't it be funny if I did a reaction to jacksfilms' reaction to Sniperwolf's reaction? If he did, that would be really good for me, because then I could do a reaction of Tommy C's reaction to jacksfilms' reaction to Sniperwolf's reaction to stolen content. There would be so many layers of reaction. It'd be great. And then maybe somebody could react to my content. People could go to their channel instead of mine, or Tommy C's, or jacksfilms, or Sniperwolf's, or the original creator. It's so far removed that's like, well, goddamn, right? Goddamn. Either way, apparently, jacksfilms also has a video titled Sniperwolf. Just Sniperwolf, nothing else. Let's see how long ago it was, first of all. So, this is from 9 months ago. So, this isn't the first time that jacksfilms has been in drama with Sniperwolf specifically. So, let's see what happened back then. All right, let's see. Yeah.
So I recently stumbled across an entry on Know Your Meme that read, SSSniperwolf spends millions on new mansion. For those who don't know, SSSniperwolf is a YouTuber who reacts to TikToks. I promise it's way cooler than it sounds. Take a look.
So this...
Also, my cat's trying to leave. Hold on.
The store want to be petty, right?
How do you deal with a Karen?
So this whole store want to be petty.
Oh, he got time.
Epic, right? Well, this news kind of inspired me. So what I've done is I've created a brand new YouTube channel called jjjacksfilms.
Ah, so this is the origin story of my favorite YouTuber, jjjacksfilms.
So far, I've only uploaded one video titled TikToks That Gave Me a Tummy Ache. Here's a little snippet.
Your mom a hoe.
Oh, it says your mom a hoe. Oh, that's not very nice. This is giving
That is mean. You shouldn't say that. That could hurt somebody's feelings.
me a tummy ache.
Now I'm gonna try and upload daily on jjjacksfilms, so make sure you go to that.
Actually, I think this is a perfect time for me to take advantage of the fact that I'm using a different webcam and I didn't set this one up. You know what? This is perfect. I think this perfectly resembles the type of effort that goes in to Sniperwolf's content, right? Just don't even bother making it like fit into the square. Fuck that. What? You think I can that would, you know, that would require like not editing. And you know what? No. You know, basically editing in Sniperwolf. Sniperwolf's worldview, right? It's like, oh god, I'd have to spend hours grinding. I'd spend so much time trying to figure out how to keyframe my webcam into the corner of the video. I go frame by frame. You know, nothing but that YouTube grind. It's all about that grind, as a wise man once said.
Your mom a hoe.
Oh, it says your mom a hoe. Oh, that's not very nice. This is giving me a tummy ache.
Now I'm gonna try and upload
I also have a tummy ache after watching that, because it wasn't very nice.
daily on jjjacksfilms, so make sure you go to that channel and subscribe. Link in the description below. And
I'm tempted to do a daily content channel where the content is good. And I don't just mean like daily live streams, because I can't do that, right? But like, let's say I do like a 5-hour live stream, and then I get like, whatever, like 3 videos out of it, right? That might be good. And then the videos are like edited. Like, they're not like masterpieces or whatever, but like good content, right? And Femyoz heading out. Goodbye, Olivia Bean. I hope you enjoyed your stay here. If you did, make sure to smash like and stuff. Yeah.
And please, help me get a mansion too. Okay, thank you. Drive safe.
Oh, he got time.
Oh, yeah. Is that the... Oh, that's the... Okay, that was a short video. I forgot that it was a short video we were watching. Oh, yeah. But, yeah, anyways. TikToks that gave me a tummy ache. I don't know if look, I already played into the joke, quite a bit. So, I don't know, I mean, I don't know if I want to watch it. Also, shut up. I don't care if my, your antivirus expires. Shut up. I hope it expires, so you stop, so you, like, shut up. I don't care. Stupid. Get out of here. Don't notify me with bullshit like that. No, I don't want to see any of that. It's cringe. Disgusting. Awful. Hate it. Evil. But, yeah. hopefully, jacksfilms can buy a mansion. If you want to help me buy my own mansion, by the way, you can support my estrogen fund with the Streamlabs link in the description below. I don't even think super chats are enabled right now because, you know, there's an issue with YouTube. It never asked me to verify my identity or whatever the fuck for AdSense before. I don't even think there was anywhere where you could. But now, suddenly, advertisements don't work. So I had to fill out a verification thing. It's like, oh yeah, here's proof that I'm a real person type of shit. And now it'll take multiple days for them to fix it, which is dumb and stupid. And it makes me mad that that's even a possibility. Yes, oof indeed, Gabe. I couldn't agree more. Anyways, oh my god. I'm feeling lightheaded almost, right? The reason because, oh my god, my grammar's not even grammaring today. Well, there's multiple reasons, right? One of them is because, well, I had to watch listen to Sniperwolf's, just horrible voice. Her screeching, loud, awful, unpleasant to listen to, god-awful voice that you can tell is filmed through a camera mic because it's compressed to shit. Okay, not only is there that, but I'm also, going through slight withdrawal from not taking certain meds, antidepressants, cough, cough. Though I am doing it responsibly. I'm not going cold turkey, but, it's like, wow. And it also makes it makes me even more prone to heat exhaustion, which I'm definitely experiencing right now. It's like 90 degrees in my room because it's like 1 billion degrees outside. And because of how convection and basic science works, it's like, oh, so that means that all the warm air gets to go to my room. Yippee. That's fucking wonderful. It's what I've always wanted. I love when it does that. It's my favorite. It's the reason I have to use my shitty laptop cam today instead of my normal one, because my normal one will overheat and then it'll be like 1 FPS or less. Dearly, I love the hair of yours. Why, thank you. I appreciate that. It's funny because it's actually probably, I guess, yeah, it's like slightly drier than it would normally be. Reason being because I work as a lifeguard, right? So I at a pool, obviously. Well, I guess it could be but it's at a pool, right? And because of that, right? During break, if it's a hot day, I might go in the pool for a bit, right? Especially so. Basically, long story short, instead of trying to wash all the chlorine off afterwards, like I normally would, because like, oh no, chlorine bad, it'll dry your skin out. I saw it as, oh, well, I'm gonna be streaming, and it's like 1 billion degrees in my room, and I don't want to be all sweaty and greasy, which I guess I'm not normally that much, but still, so the chlorine will cancel it out, and I don't know if it's working or not. My face looks slightly shiny, so that means I'm overheating. I definitely am. I can tell without looking at that, but it's a telltale sign that somebody is a little bit uncomfortable with the temperature of their surroundings, right? Like my legs are sweaty as hell too. It's like, oh god, it's awful. It's like the only thing worse than your legs sticking, or sorry, yeah, specifically your thighs sticking to a certain type of chair when you're wearing a skirt is that happening, or not even that happening, but like that almost happening, but also it's like 1 billion degrees, so you're like sweating, so it's awful. It's awful. I hate it. But there's like, I'm not gonna stream anywhere else because I'm not trying to annoy the shit out of people. I'm already annoying and loud as is, right? I don't think people that live in the same house as me are a big fan of the whole streaming thing, right? It's kind of annoying to them, right? No fan, sheesh. Well, first of all, I don't want something to create background noise. Second off. I don't know. Like, look, I just don't want it to create background noise. Okay, sorry. I care about the fans more than using a fan. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't want to ruin the content. Otherwise, it's like, okay, I'd rather just not do that. If I'm gonna make content, even if it's streaming content, it's gonna be good. It's going to be the best quality I can, even if that means using a shitty webcam mic, or sorry, not mic. I wouldn't even bother doing that. Webcam on my laptop, right? Laptop cam. Because the other camera that's better and looks objectively way better and is way more pleasant to look at and can be placed at a much more pleasant to look at angle than my laptop cam will just overheat and not work. So, which I tested that theory and it proved it to be correct by putting it in the fridge beforehand, right? So it wasn't working, having technical difficulties. It would only take it would take less than a minute for it to overheat or whatever. Or I don't know if it was overheating or, oh, maybe the cable connecting between that and the computer is bad or something like that. And maybe I just ran out of good cables. They're all worn and torn or some shit, right? But I try. I'm like, okay, I'll put it in the fridge for like 10 minutes beforehand this time. The same day, and it's like, oh, it actually lasted way longer. Like, so it took longer for it to overheat is what happened. So that's how I proved that. How caring Sir Femyoz is. I admire such thing. Oh, well, I try my best. I try to care about the quality of my content, you know? Because at the end of the day, right, it would be one thing if all my streams was like, oh, who cares if it's dog shit? I'm just gonna unlist them all anyway, so no one will even notice or something. Like I'm not that type of person. I dedicate, you know, a lot of time and energy, even into just like the titles and thumbnails. Okay, you know, I'll quickly create a playlist of what I want to watch, right? Maybe watch like the beginning of 1 or 2 of the videos just to have an idea of what I'm going to be talking about, just to make sure that the title isn't misleading, etc. You get the point, right? And ultimately, and this is why I you know, you'll notice there aren't very many dull moments, right? Really. The dullest moment there might be is, oh, I have to go to the bathroom, and then some content is playing in the background for, whatever, a minute before I talk about a bunch of shit for the following 5 minutes, right? But yeah, it's like, it's a very, it can be strenuous, but I don't think it's that difficult, right? But maybe that's just because I'm me. I don't know, maybe most people can't do what I do. And it's a weird thing, because it's like, yeah, no matter what I do, I'm going to take it for granted to an extent. It's like, yeah, well, this is just what content creators do. This is like just content creator 101, you know? This is content creator stuff, you know? It's YouTuber stuff. This is what you do, right? But it's like, well, if I'm, you know, making content that's more entertaining than other YouTubers in a live format, then let's say their edited format, let alone their live format, then it's like, okay, well, obviously I'm doing something right. I'm probably doing something wrong or some things wrong, right? Because it's like, well, I don't have 1 million subs yet. You know, I'm sure that there is technically some way I could have achieved that by now. It's impossible to logically assess your way to that conclusion, right? You'd have to almost accidentally get there. That would be statistically more likely, at least if you're me. Right? I can be smart sometimes, but I'm not, like, that smart, right? I'm not Mr. Beast level of smart. At least not business-wise. But, I think I just, yeah. So, either way, yeah, I decided, you know what? I'll describe a little bit of what goes on in terms of, yeah, here's, like, what it's like behind the scenes a little bit. You know, it can be difficult sometimes, but it's worth it. And I still have fun doing it. Even if I'm physically miserable and I'm sleep deprived, this is what I love to do no matter what. And you know what? Maybe that's how you know this is right for me. You know, if I'm willing to, you know, do this thing that literally, who in their right mind would do this, right? Nobody. There's a reason that I stream in a way and make streamed content. Yeah, like they're my live streams are different in the way both in the way they're marketed, the way that they're performed, etc. It's almost like a performance art in a way, but live and spontaneous, almost like improv in a weird way. But I'm being me rather than, you know, just okay. It's like there's a balance, right? At least you aren't that one female broadcaster that only had butterfly pasties with no clothing at all on Twitch until I reported her for nudity. I mean, yeah, fair enough, though I wouldn't report for nudity. I just don't fucking care. It's like, oh no, there's boobies on screen. I don't care. I'm pro-nudist anyway, so I'd be a hypocrite in a sense. It's like, I don't care about Twitch's TOS. I'm sure if I was on there, if anything, you know, because I don't care about Twitch, I would be on there just to violate TOS on purpose, to get banned as quickly as possible for like a speedrun video. Speedrunning, how fast can I get banned on Twitch? Whatever, you know? It's like, oh my god, it happened so quickly. Who would have guessed? It's almost like it's a dog shit platform where the TOS is, you know, enforced arbitrarily and inconsistently and is complete bullshit. And, you know, just I don't know, maybe I would fail that challenge because maybe because, I don't know, it's like, well, maybe they like, you know, cute femboys and trans femme people, you know, maybe they're into that. And if that's the case, I could do anything, right? I could start hailing Hitler if I wanted. I'm sure it's like, well, if I'm on their good side and they already like me, you know, then they don't care. Then I can do that, right? But if let's say you're Vosh and you say the word cracker, you know, then, oh, you crossed a line there, you know? It's like, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna take a platform that banned somebody permanently for saying the word cracker seriously. Like, I'm sorry, that's just fucking retarded. And anyone with more than 2 brain cells to rub together, you know, or with just 2 brain cells to be specific, you don't need more than 2, will agree with me on that, right? But yeah. Either way, if you couldn't tell, I'm not a very big fan of Twitch as a platform, you know? I'll take streaming on a Rumble or Kick, even though they're smaller platforms, right? And it's like, well, the audience on there might be kind of shitty sometimes, because it's like, well, what kinds of people generally go on those platforms? Well, you got a lot of the red pill types, a lot of the, you know, the whatever, the JQers on there, that type of shit. There's a lot of that, right? Because it's like, well, that might get banned from YouTube. Strange enough, there's a lot of neo-Nazi streams. Is there actually? Are you fucking... You know what? Maybe, unironically, okay, I feel like if people like me, and, like, if me and Jalen, let's say, were to go on Twitch and start streaming there, we would either never get banned no matter what the fuck we say, and it just wouldn't matter, we could do whatever the fuck we want, or we'd get banned within, like, 2 days. I guarantee it. There's definitely not anything in between. Why'd you dukes someone, dude? I've already talked about that situation. I admitted, yeah, I done goofed, okay? I doofed it up again. Okay, I already addressed this in a different stream. I think it's just called, it's just colon, like the symbol, like the 2 dots, and then the number 3. I think that's what it's called. It's on my channel. You just go to my channel page, live section. It's somewhere in there, I think. And I respond to all the spicy controversy, okay? I do take it seriously, by the way, if you're wondering. At first, I avoided doing that, but yeah, no. I agree that yeah, I did something bad, okay? Something not good, okay? It wasn't something that, you know, it wasn't very it wasn't very good. It wasn't a very good action, okay? It was very not utilitarian. It wasn't very utilitarian of me, okay? I was going against utility, right? I was, oh yeah, let me do something that decreases utility in the world for both myself and this other individual, right? It's like, well, that's basically what happened. Nobody benefited, right? At least not enough to justify it, right? So it's like, okay. The small amount of spiteful satisfaction I got obviously is, like, negligible, you know, as a factor when, you know, creating this imaginary equation of good experience, like, good qualia minus bad qualia, right? And again, you know, that's something that, yeah. Anyways, not here to talk about my controversy, okay? I've already done that, all right? You know, if I were to talk about, here's why I'm, like, a good person most of the time, but, like, sometimes kind of a bad person, but I promise I'm not normally like this, we'd be here for a long time, okay? But, yeah, I don't know. It's interesting because it's, like, I feel like I feel like I'm not getting a lot of shit for it compared to what I was expecting. I think the reason is because there are people that just already don't like me, and they give me criticism that isn't valid, all right? And they treat it like it is, like it's a big deal. And then as soon as I do something that kind of is a big deal, then it's like they treat it the same way, and it's like the boy who cried wolf. It's like, oh, it's just like silly YouTube drama. And that's how even their audience who likes them and agrees with them is going to see it. They're going to be like, oh, yeah, Femyoz, they're cringe. Lol, XD. I don't like them. They suck. I hope they die. Right? But it's like they don't actually care that much, right? It's like in a video, like part of the stream that I did, the one that I'm referencing, was me reacting to a video that was done on me, right? It's like one of my main criticisms is you're not focusing on the thing that was like actually bad. You're not condemning me enough for that. And you're bringing up all this other shit that doesn't matter. You're bringing up all of these nothing burgers alongside it and acting as if they're the same. So in a sense, I was criticizing the fact that this person was downplaying what I was doing. It is all right. You are very much young, and we would definitely make mistakes along the way. But in such failures, is like a block, and each block could make a stairway to success. Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest. I don't like calling it a mistake because it's like, well, I did something bad on purpose. Maybe I didn't think of it as bad, but I did I didn't accidentally do a shitty thing. I'm like, I'm doing this out of spite. It's like, oh, oops, I accidentally made this 4-hour-long stream that was entirely spite-based and, went way too far. It's like, well, no, I did that on purpose. The point of that stream was to be ruthless, well, I guess if that's the goal, then I guess I was successful, but obviously it was wrong, right? So it's like, okay, but that's more of a, okay, I can acknowledge that was wrong, just based on a very simple analysis really is all I need, right? As long as I don't let my emotions get the best of me, it's not that difficult to analyze and be like, yep, actually I was wrong, right? At first I was like, not sure, I was like, well, maybe we were both in the wrong, ooh, but it's not that big of a deal, though, so I'm just gonna treat it like a joke, and I did it for a day. Not as ruthless as that one singular child in the COD lobby. Well, they're built different, okay? Especially because if you're talking about the ones with, like, the really shitty headset mics, it's like, if nothing else, the bad audio quality in and of itself is like a war crime against humanity, right? It's like they may as well be dropping literal, like, experimental weapons of mass destruction onto people. That's what it is, right? It's pretty bad. When it's, you get the point. I know I've been kind of waffling, as British people like to say. I'm using the word people very loosely, obviously, but you sort of get where I'm going with that, right? It's like, well, you know what I mean. Obviously, British people aren't actually people, but like you get the point. Anyways, oh boy, that was something else entirely. I don't know what I want to talk about for the last however many minutes long worth of this episode of the live show. I don't know what do I even, I don't know if I want to call it like a podcast, live show, stream. Like, it's like, because it's like, well, all of these things are true. It's like, I mean, part of the intro, right, is like, oh, you can watch this as a live stream, podcast, live show, video, whatever you want to watch it as, right? I've said that quite a few times. Not in every intro, but in quite a few. Aliens, no, I don't want to talk about aliens. This is such a nothing burger topic. It's like, there are people, it's like, oh my god, guys, did you see this one photo that was taken in 2004 by somebody with Parkinson's syndrome, where there's like a black dot in, like, towards like the bottom left corner of the screen in the sky? Oh my god, guys, it must be like, it's like, I don't give enough of a shit to engage with that. Well, it's not that I don't believe in aliens. I don't believe that there are aliens that are here on Earth, okay? I believe that it is statistically unlikely for there to not be aliens, given the size and scope of the universe, okay? I'm sure that there's at least some level of alien life out there, right? I'm sure, somewhere, unless there's some sort of barrier to entry, I guess, for a species that's behind us, right? If there's some sort of barrier that we've somehow managed to surpass through evolution, that most living organisms cannot, then it's like, okay, but life, generally, it could be microbial life. I would be surprised if it didn't exist anywhere else, right? It's gotta, right? And then that, evolves into more complex life, right? Now, I would wager that there's probably, plenty of alien life out there that's, more complex, around our level of complexity, or even more complex, or just way beyond us for all we know, right? We don't know, right? Like, there's no way for us to measure that, right? We can't measure what happens throughout the entire universe, right? We barely have a grasp on the observable universe. It's like, yeah, okay, we know, okay, here's like the observable universe, but we don't really know any of the ins and outs, really, like any of the specific well, we know some of them, right? But the further away you get, it's like, oh, okay, well, that's just like, okay, there's dots over there, and they move around and stuff, and the way they interact with each other is like how we determine the size or the mass, I guess, of the planet. Yeah, the mass of the planet would be determined by, the size of the dot relative to the star, and the star's size would be relative to where it was. You have to like do like some weird trigonometry shit, right? And so like, in terms of like the volume and the distance, and then obviously, like in terms of, okay, how massive is it, right? It's like, well, what is the what is its orbit like, and you use that to measure, okay, well, how much gravity do the two combined do both of these objects have? Because that obviously is going to determine how they interact with each other, and whatnot. So you can use that to determine, okay, here's how fast this. You get the point, right? Okay, but are you a flat earther? Nah, I'm a triangular earther. Nah, fuck that. I'm a dodecahedron earther. Okay. Okay, you waffling? No, no. What I was saying was right. Okay, I'm sorry if I haven't even thought about it in a while though. Boy, that takes me back to my past. I used to like be obsessed with like astronomy and shit. I was like, whoa, I was like, whoa, that's pretty epic. You a what? I don't know. Oh, a dodecahedron earther. Yeah, the Earth is in the shape of a dodecahedron, obviously. Anyone who states the contrary is just objectively wrong. They work for the CIA, the Matrix, the Jewish cabal, and the woke mob, so I wouldn't trust anyone that says anything that is different from what I am saying here. But anyways, no. But like, well, okay, obviously I'm waffling when I talk about that. Unless, No, but like when it comes to like me talking about the like, okay, here's like how we determine the size of a planet. Like, this is like knowledge I guess I just absorbed ages ago and completely forgot about until now. I don't know if it's because I'm off my meds. It's like, oh, now I remember more stuff. Maybe meds worsen my memory, because it's like, well, I'm repressive, and that would include the repression of memories. Even neutral memories might accidentally get suppressed or sucked into the suppression machine. You never know. And maybe those are just starting to come out. I mean, there's a reason I got emotional on the remember the 12-hour stream I did? Yeah. When talking about, oh, here's the schooling system, here's how it affected me as well, because I didn't even intend on that, but we were watching a debate about the American schooling system, right? It's like, wow, I don't normally get that emotional during a debate. I don't think it's the estrogen. 12 hours is crazy. Yeah, it is, right? I'm not fucking around here. I mean, I am, but I'm not. All right, I've gone beyond just shitposter status. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like a good old shitpost every once in a while. I love to engage with that, don't get me wrong. But, it's like, well, as true as that is, and as based and red-pilled as it is to shitpost, sometimes, maybe you want to take your online presence a little bit more seriously, and I'm starting to do that, right? It's like, it's weird because I've been at this weird middle area where it's like, I feel like I'm both a creator and a viewer, right? It's like, well, I'm a fan, but I'm also a content creator. It's weird because it's like, well, you know, it's like I don't fit into either category, right? And maybe a lot of content creators feel the same way. I think they do to an extent, but right, but it's like, okay, you know, it's like, wow, I'm starting to view this differently, right? It's like, well, you know, from the perspective of a creator, I see this, well, differently than I did as a viewer, right? But I still remember how I would have viewed it as a viewer that doesn't know what it's like to be a professional content creator. I've always been somewhat of a content creator, right? But shit posting and making just a satire every once in a while, right? Even if it's good content, does not necessarily mean you know what it's like to, you know, do content creation for a living, right? I would say that I sort of do, but not really. I mean, I don't make a living wage, even close to that, you know, with what I'm doing right now. I hope that changes in the future, hopefully in the near future. And if you want that to change in the near future, you can contribute to that right now by using the Streamlabs link in the description below to donate to me, you know, help me out. Help a starving artist out, I guess, yeah. I like the term starving artist. It's like, yeah, I'm an artistic person, you know, which means I'm cool, and I'm starving, which means I need your money. Yeah, it's a great description. Yeah, that's right. I'll need my 50% if you blow up, not gonna lie. Okay, it depends on how, okay, if my channel blows up, it depends on the extent to which it blows up, right? It's like, okay, if I really blow up, then it's like, yeah, I can give like a fuck ton of money to old fans and whatnot that still watch my content, right? I can do like Mr. Beast kind of shit, right? I don't think I'll ever get to that level. I mean, I hope I'm wrong on that, but I'm no Mr. Beast, I don't think, though. Mr. Beast would, you know, when he was my age, probably not think that, you know, in however many years from then, that, oh yeah, I'm gonna be like the largest independent content creator on the YouTube platform. I'm gonna surpass 100 million. You know, it's like, well, he was struggling he was stuck at around 100 subs for ages, so it's like, well, he didn't always know what he was doing, right? He kind of figured it out along the way, right? Femboy Mr. Beast would hit hard, true. And it's like, it's interesting because the thing that people think of, like, there are a lot of people, specifically in lefty spaces, which I think is weird. I mean, not really, because it's like, okay, some leftists are cringe, you know, it's like me and other lefties, we're different, because I'm better than them, right? But you know, because when they disagree with me, that means they're wrong, right? As opposed to when they agree with me and are correct, right? But, it's like, people tend to see, like, they either frame it this way, or they genuinely see it this way, or both. I assume both, where it's like, oh, yeah, Mr. Beast is like this soulless corporate goal. That you know, it doesn't care about anything. They're only doing it for money. I think it's the opposite. As me, like, I was never like I wasn't like an avid Mr. Beast watcher back in the day. It wasn't like, oh yeah, my favorite YouTuber is Mr. Beast, but I knew who he was, right? Back when I was watching, you know, commentary YouTube, like he was doing like whatever his worst intros series, right? You know, he was doing, well, commentary shit, right? It's kind of like a lot of other people do, right? But then you know, it's sort of like he made money from doing that and whatnot, right? And then it's like, well, then he started using that money for, well, crazy things. It's like, I don't think that this was like an elaborate scheme of his that he knew this whole time. I don't think it was like this genius master plan that he had planned out right from the start. I think it happened authentically. Like, it seemed very authentic. It's like, well, yeah, now he has more money, and it's like, well, wouldn't it be fun to do a video where it's like I spend like a retarded amount of money donating to a Twitch? Like, if I donated $100 to $1,000 to a Twitch streamer, that'd be like that has like, that averages like 4 concurrent viewers. That'd be a really cool video, you know? It's like that people would watch that, and they did. And it's like, okay, and then he did that, right? And then it's like, oh, donating a bunch of money to a lot of small Twitch streamers, and then it changed to donating, you know, $10,000 instead of $1,000, right? Because, you know, those videos, you know, gained him both so much publicity and, yeah, obviously, you know, sponsorships, as well as even just the ad revenue itself is going to be, well, quite a bit from the amount of views, right? So obviously he gets a return on the investment, right? It's like, but it like snowballed, right? And it went from, and it became, it's this thing that snowballed into, you know, something kind of normal to, oh, okay, doing something kind of out there that most people wouldn't do, counting to 100,000 just in one sitting for a video. saying Logan Paul 100,000 times in one sitting for a video, right? And it worked, right? It was like this insane thing. Why would anyone do that, right? Type of thing. And it's like, but yeah, and progressively over time, it's like he was like one-upping himself almost, right? I forgot he did all that stuff. OMG. Yeah, it's like people see him as like this weird, or like paint him as this weird like corporate goal now. And it's like, I don't think he's changed that much as a person. I mean, I'm sure, well, I know he's definitely had to have grown a lot, right? He has a lot of experience under his belt now. But I think that at heart, he's the same person, right? He's always been the kind of person where it's like, yeah, you know? Like it started out as like a genuine, like, oh, it would be a really cool video if I did this, right? And it's like, it's successful. And it works. So it's like, okay, how do I one-up that? Well, I donate more money, right? I put more effort into this. I do something crazier, more insane, right? And then that's how you get to such, you know, and it's like, it happens slowly over time, but that's like, okay, you know, it's like that's how you turn into this basically huge corporation, really. It's like his channel is almost run like a corporation now. His brand, really. It's not just his channel. His channel is just one of many aspects, you know? It's like he expanded, right? But it's like that's a result of him getting, you know, progressively more and more out there, because every time he does that, you know, he benefits from it as well, right? And it's like, because he uses that success as a means of doing an even crazier version of that, and then you get to even more success, right? And it snowballed, right? But genuinely, at the end of the day, like to start out, like, it was just a kid in his bedroom. Like, I don't think he was more talented than you or I, right? I'm sure, you know, before he had 100 subs, you know, considering the fact that he's talked about, oh yeah, I was like stuck at 100 subs for ages, right? I remember I was ages ago on a previous channel, stuck around, you know, it's like, oh yeah, it's like the 100 to 1,000 subscriber area is like difficult, right? Now I'm at, you know, the 1,000 to 10,000 subscriber thing is difficult, right? It's like, it's almost like the same thing. It's like, oh my god, I'll never get to 10,000. That's like so much, right? But then when I get to 10,000, it'll be like, okay, well, that's a pretty good accomplishment. But doing that 10 times to get 100K, oof, that's pretty difficult. It's like, it's the same thing. You just, you know, it's like once you've done it, you view it differently, right? Mr. Beast gives millions of dollars to the homeless. Internet snowflakes gasp blasphemy. Yeah, true. Exactly. And like, this is something, and I hate to be the enlightened centrist, but both sides are guilty of making retarded and just bullshit criticism against Mr. Beast, okay? You got people on the, oh no, he's spreading the grooming agenda by having, you know, a friend, Chris, that just so happens to be trans in his videos. Like, it's like, oh, okay. Yeah, okay, that's retarded. And then you have, you know, insane people, woke skulls, as I like to call them, to categorically distinguish myself as a true leftist from them, right? Woke skulls will be like, oh no, you see, he's actually a bad person because the only reason, you know, he donated the money to the charities was to use them. He was using the poor people's suffering for his own gain. It's like, wait, hold on. He can profit and benefit the world, right? At the same time, these are not mutually exclusive, right? In fact, him having some sort of profit margin in which, you know, a way in which he benefits, right? That's how he's able to do it repeatedly, right? It's like, yeah, okay, you could donate all your wealth once, or you could donate your wealth while obtaining more wealth, and then over time, you end up donating way more wealth than you would have if you just did one flat payment of all your money, right? It's like people expect him to do one flat payment. It's like, oh, okay, so yeah, you're just retarded then, because that's not how money works. That's not how business works. That's not how fucking philanthropy works. Okay. So pissing off both sides by making people's lives better for content. I feel bad for him, Lamau. I mean, to an extent, I get that, but it's like, I feel like he's got to be, like, so far removed from that by now. It's like, it doesn't even matter, right? It's like he's so far removed. I mean, to an extent, maybe not, because it's like, well, it's like big news organizations are talking about it, talking shit about his literal best friend, you know, saying, oh yeah, your best friend? Yeah, you know, they're actually a groomer, and it's like a bunch of fucking far-right news organizations. So I think that stuff like that almost definitely gets to him, right? I feel bad for him on that front, right? But people making dog shit, like, pissing off both sides in of itself is not inherently a bad thing. And I don't think that it's something that you know, it's like, I that's something I would take pride in almost, right? Maybe. Before I was political. Now I take more pride in pissing off conservatives. I don't want to be pissing them off equally. I want to be pissing off conservatives broadly, and then, like, some woke scoldy type leftists, right? It's like in the background. But yeah, I agree, Gabe. I show speed is fucking ape. And no, I'm not saying that because he's black. I just realized that it could be perceived that way. Oh wow, look at me. I'm so responsible, caring about optics. No, if it was, I would say the same thing about Sniperwolf. She screams into the camera like a fucking ape, and it makes me want to blow my brains out. Okay, I don't see it as categorically different. Okay. Oh my god. See, this is the thing, right? Is like, it's hard to like. It's like, okay, well, I caught myself, right, that time, saying something that would be taken out of context, right? But it's like, okay, if I care about optics, then it's easier to use my bad optics of the past against me, right? If I'm like, oh yeah, now I care, but if I don't care about optics, then it's like, well, then I say more dumb shit that people can use against. It's like a lose-lose. Speed's huge, yeah. Still cringe, though. Yeah, exactly. Sniperwolf is a huge content creator, but she's still cringe. In fact, I think that, if anything, it just makes it even worse. It's like, how do you have this many subscribers and views per video, and your content is this shit? It's this lazy and unimaginative, right? Like, that's one of the main things. It's like, it's so unimaginative. It's so just worthless. There's no value for like, the only value that there is value from other people's content that's being stolen, right? And then, oh no. Shit. Okay, I think, did I fix it? Am I back? Sorry about the lag. maybe I was getting DDoSed, okay? I think I said too many things that were based and red-pilled, and now I'm being targeted, okay? By some shadowy cabal that cannot be identified, okay? It's just a shadowy cabal, okay? It exists whenever it's convenient for my arguments. Basement moment. Basement moment. Why specifically basement? I'm in my room. You know, on a day like today, where it's like 1 billion degrees out, I low-key wish I streamed in my basement, right? I'm not gonna move my whole fucking setup there, though. And also the sound in my basement travels really, like, way more than it should to the upstairs. I don't want to annoy people. But it would be nice because it's 1 billion degrees up here because of convection and shit like that. Basic science. But, yeah. Anyways. Yeah. Wow. What an interesting day, huh? What an interesting day. I don't even... And also, welcome to the stream, regardless, Fembro. You caught me at a bad time, where I was lagging. So, muy bien. Good job. Anyways, I don't know. Like, that's one of those things where it's like, okay, you know what? I might do a stream segment on something unrelated to anything we've been talking about, you know? I think, you know what? We'll watch something like, you know what? I think because I need to go to the bathroom and take a big fat piss, why don't we watch, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Hasan Moment, okay? I think it's time, you know, if it's gonna happen regardless, why don't we give him a taste of his own medicine by having my chair react to his content while I'm gone? Then again, there'll just be a chair reacting to content, potentially. But, I mean, it's on his clip channel, so, I don't know. Alright,
let's get to a story.
Alright, let's get to a story, guys, alright? Well, alright, here we go. Oh, I'm so excited to hear what the story is while I go pee instead of giving actual commentary. I don't know. You want me to bring the microphone and camera with? I could do that. Actually, I don't think I could with this. Actually, I think I might be able to with the setup. It'd be very difficult and not worth it, and not something I'd want to do anyways, even if it was not inconvenient. Anyways, I'm sorry. I'm giving too much commentary, all right? I'm supposed to be giving him a taste of his own medicine, okay? Anyways, I just make sure the chair doesn't say any slurs while I'm going, okay?
That really matters. Not the UFO one yet, not the vaccine injury, we already covered that, and not Tucker Carlson yet, but instead, Hunter Biden drama. Judge makes a surprise decision amid the drama at the Hunter Biden hearing. Our king, our god, our legend, the man with the golden penis, a penis that will shake the earth to its very core, a penis that if every American sees will undoubtedly deliver an assured victory for the Republican Party, which is why the Democrats are so desperately trying to stop you from seeing it. That man is now, you know, he's done a lot. He's done a lot of stuff, and he's in court over it, some of which is tax evasion. Others are irresponsible gun ownership, I believe, illegal ownership of a weapon, and most importantly, the fact that the Democratic Party and the pedophiles at the Democratic Party want to stop you from seeing his cock.
Just into CNN breaking news, the judge in the Hunter Biden case making a surprise decision after a whirlwind morning in court. Let's get to CNN's Kara Scannell, who's outside the courthouse in Wilmington, Delaware. Kara, bring us up to speed. What is the latest?
Yeah, Boris, so the judge said that she could not accept the plea agreement as it was structured. Remember, there was a plea agreement where Hunter Biden would plead guilty to 2 tax misdemeanors and then a diversion on a felony gun charge. Well, the judge taking issue with both of them. She told Hunter Biden, I am sorry. She said she knew he wanted to resolve this, but she said she wanted to make sure he got what he understood he was getting in terms of immunity under that plea agreement, and that the diversion agreement was constitutional.
Yeah, back to Hunter Biden's penis, which ironically is something that conservatives want every American, regardless of age, to see. This was proven by Marjorie Taylor Greene, unironically going to a fucking FedEx Kinko's and printing out Hunter Biden's actual penis pictures and showing it in a congressional hearing. I'm not even fucking joking about this, even a little bit.
She was saying that it looked like they were trying to do form over substance today because of the eagerness to get this done, but she said she wanted to make sure that...
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I don't care anymore. I already heard about this story. It's basically, I think it was, Marjorie Taylor Greene basically showed barely censored dick pics of Hunter Biden, and then, and basically everyone is like, wow, that was kind of cringe, bro, not gonna lie. And she's like, I don't know, something like that. I don't care. It's not something I don't already know. Maybe I should have covered it on stream. I don't know. Speaking of Hasan, while we're on the topic of Hasan, why don't we watch Destiny clips? Because apparently there's a 7-minute long video called Far Leftist Believes. Yeah. Hold on. There's a 7-minute long video from Destiny clips called Far Leftist Believes He Can Rebuild the Hasan and Destiny Friendship. Well, good luck with that. That sounds like a really good idea. It sounds like it would work really well. It would almost work as well as trying to rebuild the friendship between Destiny and Vosh, actually. I think that'd be a great idea. And maybe they can, they can enter like a loving relationship with each other, just all 3 of them. They love each other so much, all right? But yeah, Destiny and Hasan content would be so cool, but it would never happen. Yeah, imagine if, okay, I mean, I don't want this to happen because, it would indicate that something really shitty is going on in the world, but, imagine, some huge event occurs, right? Something that's, really fucking bad, where it's, conservatives are, making it worse, right? And then it's, and it's, okay, it's really important to have, rhetorically effective strategies here, right? We need to convince people to, not, fall for the conservative propaganda, whatever the fuck it may be, okay? Whatever. If we don't, then a bunch of trans people are gonna die. There we go, right? And then it's imagine Vosh, Destiny, and Hasan, even though they hate each other, all collaborating, creating the trifecta of debate, bro. The ultimate trifecta of debate, bro. That would be amazing. It'd be funny as hell. The Avengers coming together. Yeah, it'd be like the Avengers coming together, right? It'd be like the, whatever that, the conservative agenda to I don't know, kill gay or trans or Jewish or black people, whatever it might be at the time. That would be like Thanos, and then, that'd be like the Avengers coming together to stop Thanos. Yeah. It's like that, but in the debate brosphere in real life, basically. Yeah, that's right.
Wanted to resume that Hasan conversation that we had a while back. If that's okay.
Sounds based, yeah.
I want to see how feasible it would be to get you to repair this bridge, you know? Because
whether or not it's feasible is on him, not me.
I was wondering how he was going to respond to that. I don't like the way that question was framed. It was framed in a way where it's like, oh yeah, it's 100% on you to repair the relationship, Destiny. Are you going to repair what you did? Type of thing. I don't know. It gave me that vibe. Like as if, oh yeah, from the perspective of Destiny, yeah, if he wants, he can repair the friendship, but you know, he's just choosing not to, despite how willing Hasan is. And right from the get-go, I mean, I don't watch too much Hasan or Destiny, but I'm pretty certain, just based on their personalities alone, that Hasan would be the less willing participant in something like that, to be honest. Now, that argument is entirely vibes-based, so I could be wrong. I'm not sure what their history is, but still.
I think it is. I think it is partially on you too. I mean, for starters, let's start with the first thing. You've said to me before that the only reason you supposedly Hasan is because he's not politically active. And
what? I feel like there's lots of reasons Hasan. That might be one of them. I don't think that's like the only one. I don't think you like.
This seems really bad faith.
Vosh isn't politically active. I don't think you have to necessarily be politically active, but go ahead.
Wait, how long ago was this? This was, oh yeah, only 23 hours ago. Okay,
what you said. That's the reason you gave me for why you're like super uncharitable to him.
I feel like you're I don't remember the exact. It feels more like what I actually said was probably something like if he's talking about like socialist values and he's living his life as a capitalist and he does nothing to further socialism, that type of lack of political activism would hurt.
Oh no! Why is Destiny making this? This is such a shit argument. Being a socialist does not mean that you can't have nice things. It literally just all it means, like at its core, is that you fundamentally believe that for instance, yeah, you just like. It can literally just mean, okay, you know, at its core, like you fundamentally believe that workers should own the means of production, right? Like that, but like that's such a broad, like, I guess sort of, I don't know, like that's such a like that it becomes very complex once you actually start assessing, okay, what does that actually mean? What would this look like in terms of policy and whatnot, right? This is completely removed from how an individual lives their life, right? Like, for instance, you know, I generally try to live my life in a way that I think is morally good, right? I try to be a moral good by my own standards, right? But I'm not constantly thinking about it, even though I might, you know, on stream, you know, because I'm a debate lord or whatever, talk about, oh yeah, you know, utilitarianism is the best way to, you know, determine, you know, whether or not this is a good system for what we should do, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I'm not, when it comes to what I'm doing in real life, it's generally just going to be vibes based. I'm not constantly thinking, from a purely abstract utilitarian perspective, how would this impact, like, no, I'm not constructing an argument like that. I mean, sometimes I might do that, because I'm me, but that's just like the big autism, okay? That's it.
It feels like I probably said something more like that, but...
No, but what you more or less said, I could be slightly misrepresenting, but it was just that, like, the reason you're uncharitable and you criticize him so hard over his political values is because, like, he's not super politically active.
Okay. All right, sure, let's go with that. Okay, what about it?
Sure. If he was more active towards his ideals, you would be less uncharitable to him in that regard.
Like, what does it mean to be active towards your ideals? Like, political activism? Like, what? Like, I feel like a better, like, if you want to make an argument against Hasan, right, and be like, oh, you know, he's a hypocrite, like, you shouldn't be like, oh, well, you have to be, you know, active politically in this way or another, right? You have to make an argument for why he would be, you know, actively, you know, living a lifestyle that opposes what he believes, right? Being rich is not that, right? Like, if you're rich and you accumulate wealth for simply participating in the system, but then you use that wealth to do what you deem to be good, morally speaking, I don't think that there's anything wrong with that, right? There's nothing wrong with accepting, okay, even though I would like a socialist system, for instance, right? We live in a capitalist one, so I have to, you know, in terms of how I actually live my life, adhere to that, right? Now, what I do with that wealth, and because wealth is power, is you know, going to, you know, be more up to something, to my personal interpretation of what I deem to be morally good, right? I don't think that Hasan is, like, particularly greedy or, like, abuses his wealth the same way that you would sort of need him to make that argument, though.
That's about right?
Yeah, probably a little bit, yeah.
So, the funny thing is when you told me that, like 2 days after that conversation, I think, it was like, I don't know, a couple days after that, Hasan basically answered your prayers, and he did a landlord strike event. He went out, he engaged with
Engaged?
fans, he bought pizza for everyone who attended or whatever, he held up signs and everything.
Yeah, I feel like if anything, like I feel like Hasan would be way more politically active than Destiny, to be honest. I feel like Destiny just kind of sits in his room and like casually has like kind of debates, like he's sort of debating while he's like gaming, right? Like he's kind of just like a, and I'm not saying that to like diss him or anything, right? And I get it, he has a different political ideology, but I feel like I don't know, you have to sort of misrepresent what Hasan actually believes to make this argument of hypocrisy. It's like you're just sort of creating something out of thin air. Like even if you don't like Hasan, I mean, that's fine, but I feel like you need to make an actual argument if you're gonna make a big claim like that. You're gonna have to substantiate it. You shouldn't just assert it to be true, right? And I think maybe that was something that Destiny did, right? And he doesn't see that as like a him problem. You see, oh, Hasan took it too personally or some shit like that. I'm guessing that's what caused it.
But I didn't hear a peep out of you about it. You didn't say anything.
Why would I say anything? I mean, if he did it, good for him. I'm not. This isn't like the Hasan News Network. I don't cover every single thing that goes on.
It kind of is the Hasan.
Well, I think Destiny does. I mean, yeah, obviously he's not obliged to cover it, so fair enough. I don't know how much he talks about Hasan.
News Network. You for like the longest time, like we're constantly, even just in this stream, you were shitting on him.
He had like 500 people canvassing, biggest event in the state. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I don't know. I feel like it's fine to give Hasan shit for whatever if it's like valid criticism, or even if it's just, oh yeah, I'm gonna make fun of him for the billionth time, you know, because his chair does more reacting than him, or whatever the meme is, you know, at the time, right? You know, or oh, he's really good at eating sandwiches while the video plays, whatever it may be, right? It's like, okay, I think that's fair. Mainly, I mean, first of all, I mean, to be fair, it is shit posting, so obviously there's not a standard for, oh, you have to substantiate why his content is actually terrible and cause him more, like, nothing like that, right? You're not making a moral argument. You're just shit posting, right? But also, I think I'm sure, and I mean, I don't watch too much Hasan, but I'm sure that there are, you know, legitimate criticisms you could make of him that go beyond just, oh, he's kind of annoying sometimes, LOL, right? Like, I'm sure that there are plenty, I would assume, at least, right? I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't watch too much Hasan. I'm a true frog. I'm a true has frog for real. I don't know what that means, but I'm sure it's correct.
For just whatever nitpicky reason you could think of.
We talked about him because stuff was directly related to what we were talking about, but I don't cover him very much. Even on this stream, I think we talked about him for all of like what, 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, there was a time at the very least where for like a good few years you were talking about him nonstop. I think he even like straight up he did a.
You think there were years where I talked about Hasan nonstop? I don't think so.
No.
I don't know. I mean, I think that the disconnect here is most likely, okay, maybe Hasan came up as like a topic that chatters asked him quite often in chat, and it was like, oh, Hasan frog. Oh, okay, yeah. Hasan is actually a frog. I didn't know that. Now I do. I didn't before, but now that you mention it, Gabe, I do now. So thank you for that information. But yeah, no, like I'm guessing it's okay. It's something that chatters in Destiny's chat, you know, all of the DDGers want to know about. So it's like, okay, fine, I'll cover it, type of thing, right? But obviously, from an outside perspective, it's like, oh, all you talk about is Hasan. It's like, well, that's all my chat talks about, and sometimes I engage with my chat and whatever they want to talk about, right? And I think that's most likely where the disconnect is, because obviously the perspective is going to be different based on whether or not, you know, they're aware of the reasoning why a subject might be covered, right? But like there's a difference between something like that in a multiple hour long stream where it's like, oh yeah, I'll talk about Hasan like every stream or every other stream occasionally for short segments because you know, that's what my fans are asking me to do, or you know, trying to get me to engage with. But no streams are deliberately, you know, going to be you know, targeted towards Hasan or at Hasan, or like he doesn't go out of his way to plan streams in order to talk about Hasan. I think it's probably just something that comes up. Both communities are AIDS, not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm sure that they are. I don't know. I think out of the three, I think Vosh is the most based. Now obviously I'm biased because I personally am a certified Voshite, okay? But like still, I mean, come on. His community is objectively better, and his arguments are objectively better. And he's not annoying. I don't know. It's just he's just based, right? Like when Hasan or Destiny act smug, it like comes across as like really annoying. But when Vosh does it, it's like funny. It's comedic, right? It's like a bit he does.
No, if you go...
I've never watched Vosh, not gonna lie, he seems chilled out. Yeah, I think he is. I think he's probably, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I've never, spoken to him personally, but I'm sure he's a nice guy. But yeah, he makes good stuff. He's right about, I'd say, most things, right? I feel like the main disagreements me and Vosh might have is, okay, how did we come to that conclusion? Like, philosophically, okay, well, I used this framework and, Vosh used this framework. Oh, maybe I don't believe in this moral axiom specifically. Like, you have to get into the nitty-gritties usually. And I'm sure, obviously, there are going to be some takes where it's like, okay, I disagree, because, or, oh, maybe this nuance could... You get the point, though. Like, generally, he has good takes.
He actually did this on a stream. He went onto your channel. He typed in,
Like, most of the time when I disagree with him, it's usually just like it's a slight disagreement, like I agree with most of what you're saying, or get where you're coming from, but, like, you're kind of forgetting to account for this, blah, blah, blah. You get the point.
He typed Hasan.
Other than his media takes, though. His media and video game takes are terrible. Just go... I'm not gonna bother interacting with it, but go look up his take on Minecraft. It's fucking awful.
Into the search bar, and like there was like 50 videos that came up with his
I'm
name.
sure there were a lot of videos. I mean, like when the time we were actively fighting, yeah. And also he's like arguably the largest political streamer on the internet, so of course I'm gonna react to him as well. But I mean,
that's not the reason why you choose to do 50 billion videos on him, though, right? It's obviously because you don't like...
Well, it's not videos on him, right? It's long-form content, streams that are done. And if fans bring it up, right, in chat, I mean, part of his job as a streamer is to interact with chat, right? So he'd be doing that and, inadvertently talking about Hasan. Now, I do believe that, okay, there are probably instances where it's like, okay, maybe Destiny does it unprovoked. It's just like, okay, I just feel like talking about Hasan today, because obviously he's going to be spite-driven. He's Destiny, okay? I would, from one spite-driven individual to another, I know one when I see one, okay? Because I'm the same way, right? But how you engage with said spite is important, for being a good content creator. Minecraft slander, yep. Vosh engages. Yeah, Vosh engages in Minecraft slander unironically. He engages in bottom slander ironically, so I'm fine with that. Though it's, I might get a little bit salty when he does that. Yeah, for undisclosed reasons, not gonna say why, but, yeah.
Like him because of a personal grudge.
I don't know if any of those 50 videos had anything to do with a personal grudge. Usually it's always over, like, things I think he says that are, like, dumb politically. It's not like every video is like, oh, like, Hasan's not my friend anymore, or like, no, it's generally
You
over,
never,
like,
okay, obviously you don't explicitly say, like, oh, I'm gonna do this.
I guess that's a fair point from the caller. It's like, yeah, it's like, well, why are you engaging with it? Like, it's like, okay, you can find, like, a billion people that say, the same thing, or things that are way more wrong. Why choose Hasan? There are plenty of other political figures that exist that are way more problematic, right? Why not cover them? I get where the caller's coming from. But obviously, it's like, okay, maybe because, but from Destiny's perspective, it's like, well, even when he's not thinking about it, it's like people like Hasan are going to be more in his sphere, right? There's going to be audience overlap and whatnot, right? So it's going to come up more, right? People are going to be more likely to talk about Hasan, especially in his chat, right? It's like, either way, it's like, it's going to hold more weight, whether he realizes it or not, right? It's like if some rando has the same take as Hasan, and Destiny's like, well, that's a bad take. It's not the same as if, like, oh, Hasan himself, the man himself, who I just so happen to not like very much, and I just so happen to be a spite-driven individual. And it's like, well, that's gonna have like a different impact, right? It's gonna be handled differently, most likely.
This video on him because I don't like him, but like the pretense of like, oh, he said something kind of stupid here about socialism, so now I got to do a video on him. Like that's just
all right.
a pretense.
I can't. Okay, gotcha. What do you want to talk about? I can't argue with like.
I feel like Destiny's interpretation of Hasan in terms of like all of the socialist stuff specifically is very bad faith. Because I don't think that Destiny is particularly, and I could be wrong on this, I haven't watched too much Destiny, but it doesn't seem like he is, like, super educated on, like, economic shit, right? I don't know. No, I'm not either, so I guess I'm not one to judge for that. I mean, not that I am, but for all I know, he could be, like, super good at economic stuff, and he just hides his power levels. I don't know, because I don't watch him too much.
You arguing about my state of mind to me, like, there's no point. What do you want to argue about, or what's the next part?
So
it's not about the state of mind, it's about the outcomes of the content you produce and the way it's perceived, right? The way your content is perceived is not the same as the state of your mind when you produce that content. So I think this is a fallacious argument from Destiny, right? The caller is not trying to say, I am definitively hereby declaring that your state of mind must be X, Y, and or Z, right? That's not happening. It's like, oh, here's the way it comes across, and it's like, oh, so, it's like somebody's like, calling him, right? It's like you go to, call someone out for something you think that they did wrong. It's like, hey, by the way, here's something that I think you did wrong. Here's my interpretation of it. Here's how you could be perceived, even if this wasn't the intent. It's like, oh, so you're deciding what I think for me. You think you know better what goes on in my mind better than I do. It's like, obviously that's a hyperbolic example, but you get the point. I feel like it's the same line of reasoning.
You just apologizing to him is out of the question, right?
No, why would I ever apologize to him for? No.
Yeah, well, I don't think he needs to apologize. That's not obligatory.
Dude.
I don't think that I think apologies are overrated. They're overvalued. They're not worth that much. Are you willing to change if you do something genuinely wrong, right? It's like the best thing you can do is be willing to admit that you're wrong, acknowledge it. That's the first step. Whether you apologize or not, as long as you're willing to acknowledge it to yourself and the people around you that, okay, I don't stand by that. And two, being willing to either find a way to make it right or being like, okay, I will be sure to not engage in that, same behavior going forward. It's something like that, right? Taking steps to not do that thing, right? Even if it's just like small steps, right? I don't think that, I don't know. I don't think an apology is obligatory. I don't know why that would be a request. I think that's a bit dumb.
Dude, what about that time he was squabbling with XQC and and then you went.
Okay, I feel like at that point Destiny has to be doing that out of pettiness because, okay, let's be real. Who would unironically want to watch Hasan and XQC squabble with each other just for fun? Just because it's fun to I love watching XQC be annoying. It's my favorite. It's like, okay, nah, you gotta be, if you're willing to endure that level of suffering, you gotta be, I mean, on one hand, he is a real trooper for I guess doing that, right? Now, that's a difficult thing to make yourself go through, but still, it makes me more inclined to believe, if anything, that he's spite driven. I don't know. Again, I don't know for sure, but generally speaking, it does come across that way. I'm just saying.
Went into XQC's DMs and you started feeding him ways to fight back and fuel the fires of that conflict. Like, dude, you've been.
Yeah, I feel like if you're siding with XQC and trying to give him fuel against Hasan, if that's the case, and I don't know if this caller is bullshitting or not, or if he's like taking something out of context, I don't know, or like deliberately being somebody who's bad faith and has a bad faith interpretation of the situation. I don't know, but if that's true, then I mean, I wouldn't put it past Destiny. I mean, come on, he's Destiny, right? Not to like shit on him or anything, but
him in a lot of ways.
How's that? You should be able to win the debate. That's not my fault that Hasan tries to market himself as a serious political streamer, but the only one he actually has like serious conversations with are like entertainment gaming streamers. Like, that's his fault.
Wait,
right?
he never.
Oh, well, to be fair, I feel like if it's in the context, and I feel like if it was, Destiny would bring this up. He would have brought this up if it was, for sure. 100% of Destiny asking Hasan to debate him on that exact subject matter, being like, yeah, we'll have a moderator, we'll debate for 2 hours on this exact topic type of thing, and then Hasan's like, nope, or like ignores it deliberately, and it's very blatantly obvious, and then Destiny goes on to be like, okay, here's some debating strats. If Hasan's like, oh yeah, I'll debate XQC but not Destiny, I think that then that's fair game, right? Because then Hasan would be, a fucking pussy for not debating Destiny, right? But I don't think that that's what's happening here. I don't think at any point Destiny had reached out to Hasan and been like, yo, can you debate me on this? I think that, there are some points that XQC, is failing to make or articulate, and I think that this is something that needs to be talked about, blah, blah, blah. And then, again, if Hasan doesn't engage or avoids it, then yeah, it's perfectly reasonable to go on to be like, okay, XQC, here's a list of talking points, tee-hee, ooh-woo, and then dip, right? It's like, that's... or give him, or coach him on debate, right? So he can win, right? I don't know. It really depends. It's all context dependent, right? Because, like, if it's like, oh, okay, Destiny didn't bother trying to debate Hasan, and it's like, oh, I don't like Hasan, so I'm going to do this, then Destiny's the one being cringe.
He never
Gotta pay my weekly femboy respects. What's up? Hello, Goat Corpse. You are here towards the end of the stream. But, man, it's been one hell of a stream. It's been something else entirely. It truly is the stream of all time. So, when I'm done, feel free to watch the VOD. I think it's probably entertaining. I'll bet. I haven't watched it yet because I'm literally still streaming. But, I think it was a really fun stream. Especially with the, there was one bit I did that I'm proud of, okay? You might know it when you see it, you might not. Hasan said he'd never debate political streamers because of debate bro culture. Okay, well then if that's the case, then Destiny is in the right. Femyoz, how do your parents react to you when they see... they've just ignore it. Well, they don't... Yeah, alright. But yeah, no. If Hasan is refusing to debate, then I think, debate bros, but then he's willing to debate random streamers who are gamers or whatever that don't do debate, then I think that it is perfectly reasonable for Destiny to, you know, I don't know, whatever. I don't want to say use XQC as a proxy because that sounds like a malicious thing, like, because he's not doing it like, oh yeah, he's like my little pawn or whatever. It's like, okay, XQC himself wants to debate Hasan regardless, and it's like, well, I may as well coach him, give him advice, give him some talking points, because it's like, well, he's not willing to debate me, so the second best thing is to help somebody else debate him that he is willing to debate, and I guess, you know, use the same good talking points as me that I would use, right, that he won't engage with, right? So if that's the case, then Destiny is in the right.
Marketed himself as a debate bro. In fact, I think he says he's like explicitly against debate.
Yeah, he'll
bro,
be
and yet
explicitly against it, but he's very interested in doing it when he thinks he can beat up on dumber people. That's why he was super
Okay, yeah, Destiny is correct here.
thirsty to jump in and argue with Andrew Tate, and that's why he challenged that one woman that he made the balding joke to, the black woman, on Twitter to a debate as well. He'll challenge. He likes debates. He just only likes when he thinks he can win.
Okay, no.
I agree with Destiny here.
Notice how you immediately like reframed it. You just immediately reframed it and did mental gymnastics as still being like a negative thing. Like, oh yeah, you know, he just wants to punch down on dumber people. Like,
wait, but that's literally true. Oh no, it's just a coincidence that. And by dumber, he's talking about the, like, not dumber as in, like, oh, they must have lower IQs than me because they're worse at debate. It's like, no, but they're dumber in the category of debate. They don't have the same experience that somebody who debates for a living, does, right? Again, it's like, again, it does make Hasan look really weak because I think it is really weak, right? It's like, oh, you're willing to engage with people that don't know how to argue, and you know, challenge them to a debate. But as soon as somebody, you know, that's better than you at debate, that's more rhetorically effective than you wants to debate, now it's like, oh, you're just being a cringe debate bro, right? But it's like, oh, but you do the same thing but with people that are less into debate. It's like, it's I don't think that Destiny even changed his argument or anything here. He's not being inconsistent. He's not shifting any goalposts. I think this is pretty consistent, actually. So I'm team Destiny, surprisingly enough, at this point, right? I think some of the stuff the caller said was correct, but the caller is just seeming more and more bad faith as this goes on.
I mean, but it's true, right?
Okay. You're so stubborn about this.
Okay.
I'm just...
You're so stubborn. Like, this is just cope from the caller. Again, this doesn't mean Destiny is 100% in the right, but it seems like the caller is not able to provide an actual counter-argument, so, you know, just I guess appeal to things that aren't, you know, actual arguments. It's like, oh, you're just so stubborn. You're just narrow-minded. It's like, okay, so then explain to me why I should be, if you want me to be open-minded to a different idea, then why don't you, you know, explain your different idea in a way that's logical and coherent, right? I think that's a reasonable thing to request.
I just really wish you would consider being a little bit nicer to Hasan, because, like, being...
Yeah, this is retarded. I can't tell if this is a troll or not at this point. It's like, oh, why don't you all just acknowledge, like, accept each other's differences and be nice and hold hands, ooh. It's like some people just don't like each other. That's not... No one is obliged to be nice to other people that are, whatever, they're enemies or whatever, right? It's like, okay, you know, they have their reasons for not liking each other. I think that they both have valid reasons for not liking each other. They're both very unlikable in many instances. I'm not gonna lie. That doesn't mean that I hate them or anything, or dislike them even, right? But it's like, okay, I understand, you know, it's like, you're not obliged to be nice to them. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, it's two assholes on the internet that you're talking about here, and you're asking one of the assholes to be nice to the other asshole. In what world do you think that that's gonna work, right? It's like, okay,
able to unify like centrist, center-left people and leftists would be really helpful online for online movements. But
it would also be helpful if there was a magical cure to cancer and autism, right? It's like, okay, but this isn't how it works. We don't live in fantasy land, right? It's like, oh yeah, why don't we all just get along and accept each other's differences, because the world is more complicated than that.
You just don't want to do that because you're so stubborn, and you keep like framing every single thing he does as this horrific thing.
Horrific?
I don't see that. I don't see Destiny doing that. I think that Destiny, no. I could see him doing something more along the lines of framing everything Hasan does as moronic or stupid, right? Because it's like, okay, if he's going to be spite driven, right? Which I don't put past him, and sure, maybe he might have his reasons, right? It's going to be more along the lines of, okay, here's like another example of him being stupid, rather than, oh, Hasan is a threat. I don't think Destiny wants to promote the narrative that Hasan is a threat to left-wing ideology or progressive ideas. That's not in Destiny's character to do. I don't think that he would say something like that ever, even on a really bad day. I don't think that would come out of his mouth. I do see him, however, maybe being a little bit more on the petty side and being like, oh yeah, here's another dumb thing that Hasan did, and maybe judging him more harshly and critically than he would if it was anybody that, he doesn't have something against, right? Somebody that, he doesn't already dislike, right?
I don't know if Hasan has done anything.
I understand both sides. Debate bros can be annoying, TBH. I mean, I guess. But it's like, if you're basically a debate bro, and you're challenging people to debates, but then when people challenge you to debates, and you're scared of the debate, now they're just being cringe, but people that won't debate you when you requested are pussies, it's fucking stupid. It's the same thing that I clowned on Cheeto for doing, right? Who's a commentary YouTuber, right? He was basically begging my friend Jalen for a debate, just broadly, right? And not exclusive to trans, and trans issues were a potential topic on the table, as well as religion, right? Those were two of the main topics that, but Jalen is not very rhetorically effective in debate. Maybe she's more so now, but I don't think so. At least not compared to me. But as soon as I ask a Cheeto to debate me on the same fucking thing, over the same topic, over the same exact premise, suddenly, even though he was basically begging Jalen for a debate, right? And being like, oh, what, you're not going to accept the debate, pussy? Now that somebody who's better than him at debate, that he knows he can't beat, now that I'm requesting it, it's not that he's a pussy, it's that I'm a terminally online debate bro faggot, right? So it shifts, right? But there's no consistent standard there. It's, oh, I want to debate people that I think I can win. That's what it boils down to. And I think that this could apply to Hasan as well, right? Never mind. Yeah, exactly. And I think that that's what Hasan is doing. If he's like, oh yeah, I'm not going to debate bros on this topic, but I will debate random gaming streamers on literally the same exact subject matter over the same fucking premise, it's like, okay, now you're just retarded, right? Like, that's, like, you've gone beyond just, oh, I don't want to engage in toxic. It's like, well, if you're being toxic, oh, debate me, but then it's like somebody better than you at debate asks you to debate, and you're like, nah, I don't want to. You're, like, too terminally online for me. It's like, well, that's kind of, yeah, that is shitty, right?
Anything horrible.
You should debate Sargon sometime. He is a big fan of traps. Does Sargon still exist? I never really watched his content. I think I've heard one debate that he was in, or two. I don't know if he's still even online. If he is, wow, he must have fallen off because nobody fucking talks about him anymore. Unless they, like, briefly mention him, like, oh yeah, this is, like, a tactic that Sargon used to use, right? If Vosh is talking about a debate tactic or something like that, right? But it's not, engaging with anything recent that Sargon has done, I don't think. I don't know, it seems like Sargon must have fallen off or just quit YouTube or something.
Horrific lately. I don't think I've done that.
When you were streaming with Farha or whatever, you were saying like, oh yeah, he just wants money.
Yeah, I think
like,
he definitely maximizes for money. That's what he does. That's his whole movement. That's not necessarily bad. I mean, the annoying thing is he calls it like a socialist and shit. But like, I mean,
okay, this is Destiny being retarded again, not understanding what socialism is. Again, you can work within the system that exists, obtain capital, right? As a socialist, right? Because you know that, okay, that capital not going to me is going to go to somebody else. who might not have the same values as me, meaning that I wouldn't be able to use that capital as a means of doing what I deem to be morally correct, right? So obtaining that capital is one way of obtaining power, including political power, by the way, right? You almost need money. I mean, you do need money. If you want to make political change, you basically have to have a decent amount of money in your bank account, right? You have to. In a capitalist society. So it's like, what do you want him to do? Like, not engage in a capitalist society that he lives in and have less effective political strategy? Like, that's fucking brain dead. It's like, okay, I don't think Destiny is a utilitarian, but still, it's like, as a utilitarian, this is just painful to listen to. It's like, oh, so you want to decrease utility, is what you're saying, Mr. Destiny, because you think that there's some sort of hypocrisy that you can't quite pinpoint, but it's sort of like there nebulously, because socialism equals you're not allowed to have money because you say so, I guess, without actually describing why that's the case, etc.
I do things for money. Like, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. I just think he's hypocritical when he does it. That's the issue.
Yeah, but imagine if there was someone who was like saying like, oh yeah, every time Destiny says he wants to talk to
okay, like, again, well, I think what this caller should have done here, and again, the caller obviously isn't a debate bro, but what I would have asked is, okay, so you're saying that Hasan is a hypocrite for wanting to make money. So what is the contradiction in beliefs? What is he doing that goes against his moral framework? Okay, and I guarantee you that this would get Destiny to try to answer it, whatever. He'd give some half-assed response, because whatever, he's Destiny, he doesn't give a shit, he's disaffected, fine, whatever. But I think that I'd actually be able to, I don't know, if I was just a random caller, I feel like I'd be able to corner Destiny pretty easily here, right? Because he wouldn't be expecting like an actual, like experienced person in debate, right? Now, maybe it would be harder, well, then again, right, I guess he probably wouldn't have his guard down like this if he was debating somebody that sounds like me, right? Like, I sound like a debate bro. I don't sound like a random caller, right? I sound like somebody that can deconstruct an argument and construct an argument, etc. very well, right? And I think he would probably be able to pick up on that, right? He's had years of experience.
Weirdo like Mr. Girl.
I don't know. Maybe I should call in sometime. I think he accepts call-ins, right? I don't know what I would call him on. Maybe I need to watch more of his content to see. I don't know, debate him. I think that would, one, be interesting, because obviously we're not going to agree on everything. I'll find something that I disagree with him on and debate him on it. And two, it would be good publicity. And three, it wouldn't be like anything, like I wouldn't be like starting beef with Destiny or being like, oh, you're so shit at debate, I'm going to debate you, you're going to take a big L. It's not going to be like a toxic, like it'd be like a good faith, at least I hope good faith debate, where, it's good faith, but I we both stand our ground type of debate, No, like, not talking over each other. I mean, maybe a little bit. Maybe it gets a little heated, but yeah. You get the point.
Or Nick Fuentes, he just wants to do it for money. He just wants to do it for money. He just wants to do it for money.
People already
like,
make
every
that
single
claim
time you do
about
something.
me.
What?
People already make that claim. I think you've made that claim about me, actually, haven't you?
That you just want to talk to people
that I only
for
talk to those
money
people
and that's
to,
it?
like, maximize my clout and popularity. Haven't you made that claim about me?
I haven't until now, no.
Oh, until now. So now you are making it.
Well, yeah, to show you that, like, how obnoxious it is when you do that about Hasan. Instantly doing whatever mental gymnastics you can to reframe every single thing he does is horrible. Or, like, for greed or whatever.
Sure.
But does Destiny do that? Or does he just like to take instances of, oh, here's, like, Hasan, he did something I think is kind of stupid. It's like, I don't even agree with Destiny here. It's like, but this caller just seems really bad faith once again.
And, like,
he drags in tier 4+ members when he has nothing to talk about. Okay, well, that's retarded. So nobody that's actually in the opposition. I mean, I guess I get it as like a large streamer. It's like, well, if it's like, well, a lot of people are going to want to talk to you, so you may as well talk to the people that pay you money, right? That's what they're paying for, right? So I get it. That's the business model, whatever. He can't just talk to any old fart, But I'd love. Nah, there's insane people stuff. Yeah, but I don't want to like have to like give him money to debate him. I don't want to have to become a tier 4 sub just so that I can have like one debate. And it might be like a nothing burger debate. It might end up being like a complete dud, right? It's like, oh, we have like a slight disagreement, or like I misinterpreted something he said and then he clarifies. And it's like, oh, well, fuck. Okay, now we have to talk about something else that I didn't plan on talking about, right?
Beyond that,
also...
What?
True, I was vegan games, yeah.
Though I will say that in that case, I would absolutely, not in terms of rhetorical abilities or whatever, but in terms of like the position I'd be in, I would have a very big advantage over Destiny, right? Because it's like, okay, you know, if I watch his content but he doesn't watch mine, right, and there's something I disagree with him on, right, I can mentally prepare for that debate. I can come up with talking points, etc. Destiny's not going to be doing that for me, right? He's not going to. So it's like it goes one way but not the other. So I think that would actually be a really interesting debate, right? If I could do that, right? Because it's like, okay, he's more experienced than me at debate. He's probably more rhetorically effective. I mean, again, I don't watch him too much, but I'm guessing that he's, you know, just in terms of like raw debate skill, more effective than me, I think. But that being said, I would have an advantage, and if I disagree with him, I would probably have an easier position to defend than what he's trying to defend. You know, one of the many benefits of always being right, of course, but yeah, you get the point, though. Okay, I just started, yeah, okay. Well, I don't know what the hell is going on in chat, but y'all are wild, so I'm not even gonna bother. Sometimes I just look at chat and it's like, what are people even talking about? Are we even doing the same stream? Are you watching a different stream? It's like, what are you? It's like, oh, okay. It's like, we're talking about Goat Corpse? Oh, wait, no. That's a name of a person. I'm stupid, sorry. Or, wait. A kidnapped son? Like, what is this? I wasn't talking about that. Y'all are like me, right? You all get so easily distracted. Maybe that's why you watch my content. It's like, yeah, someone will say some weird shit or come up with some weird shit to say in chat, and it's like, and everybody's like, oh yeah, actually, I'm gonna pay attention to that as well, right? Y'all are fucking, you're almost as ADD brained as me. Like, geez, like, man, I know that an audience is supposed to be like sort of, somewhat of a reflection of the person that they are the audience of, but goddamn, I don't think I wasn't taking it that literally when I thought of that before. But YouTube chat is the best chat. True. I don't even make you go on a website, right? It's like this is the one thing that I don't like about people like Destiny, Vosh, etc. using like these weird fucking websites, right? It's like I don't know. It's like, okay, I get it. You want to have your own cool little .gg debate real website, whatever. Maybe one day I have femyoz.gg. That'd be kind of sick, right? I might do that, but it's like, okay, as somebody that primarily, in my off time, obviously, I watch a lot of YouTube in front of you guys. I'm watching it on my laptop right now, but in my off time, unless I want to watch it at faster than 2 times speed, which I guess is sometimes, so, which you need a Google Chrome plugin for, so therefore cannot do it on mobile. I generally watch YouTube on my phone, right? That I'm primarily a mobile user in that sense, right? So it's like, I don't know, it's like kind of annoying. It's like, oh, okay, you're like less likely to react to my chats because I don't feel like going on my computer, which to be fair is kind of a skill issue. I have a computer, but I don't know, it just seems like kind of cringe. Your chat is always cozy. Yeah, I mean, I try to keep it that way. Okay, I'm not gonna say I try to keep it that way because I don't moderate shit. Let's be real, I'm fucking terrible at that. I'm not like a super responsible, oh, I'm so good at micromanaging stuff type of person. I'm the opposite. But I think because I give off a certain vibe, I talk a certain way, talk about certain topics, that I attract a certain audience that sticks around, right? So if there's one bad actor that just so happens to watch one stream, they might not watch any other streams, right? So it's like that, it's like, okay, there might be, a lot of bad actors out there, but, they don't engage with me most of the time because they don't, they're not interested in engaging with what I actually have to say, right? It's like I'll challenge them to a debate, right? So that's why a lot of the time it's like, okay, people that hate me, like audience members specifically, unless they're like really like trying to unless they're like people that are like, oh yeah, I am so anonymous that I created this account like 2 days ago. It's like, oh, they won't properly engage with me, right? Because it's like they know I'll just ask them to debate me or plan a debate or whatever it may be, or debate me on my next debate stream. Anyways, Femyoz, I am a professional femboy breeder as my career. And you were the current femboy I have to... Oh my god. How do you... Okay. Alright.
Oh, okay. I don't know who that is, but...
That was... That truly was the end of a video of all time. The end... Yeah. Okay, the next video in the random videos for my next stream playlist. So basically videos where it's like, oh, I don't know what to talk about. I guess we'll watch part of this video called, so, alright, first of all, I'm going to end stream soon, but before we do that, I think either the last or one of the last videos we're going to watch is a video I saw called Homeless Veterans ID Taken by Police Stripped of Access to Shelter. I mean, I didn't see the video, but I saw the title and thumbnail, or maybe, I don't remember what the thumbnail was, but I see the title, right? And I thought, maybe this is interesting. It was posted 23 hours ago by a channel called Invisible People. I don't remember anything about this channel or why I'm subscribed to them, but I saw this. I mean, the description of it says, Ken is a homeless veteran in San Diego. He had bought a fishing boat and just started to make some money fishing. The boat had also provided Ken with a place to live, so he ended up on the streets when he lost the boat. Oh, wow. Okay, so Ken thought that he would have been able to... I'm reading, by the way, but I'm going to have it in larger screen since I'm reading a whole-ass paragraph. Ken says being a veteran, it's... Oh, jeez, I'm illiterate, even though I'm trying to... Look, let me put my glasses on. I'm stupid, okay? All right, we can continue now, okay? Ken thought that he would be able to survive homelessness, thinking to himself, it can't be that hard to work your way up. Which is an interesting fact, by the way. This is a reflection on a certain societal attitude that we have as a country towards capitalism and the way we function economically, right? Ken quickly realized it's quote, not that easy to overcome all the obstacles to get home again, end quote. Ken says that being a veteran, it's one more organization to turn to for help, but that he doesn't mean people can get past the bureaucracy to get the support they need. At the time of this interview, Ken was approved for housing. Sometimes it can take months or more after getting approved to when you are in housing. I hope the rest of his life... I hope the rest of his path out of homelessness is easy. I'm illiterate, okay? I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not. I'm reading, but I'm just bad at reading. In San Diego, homeless people are given 3 hours to move their stuff. If, by chance, the person is at a doctor's appointment or a job interview or trying to find food and water, the city takes all of their belongings. Holy shit. Ken shares how, while he was filling out the forms to get into a shelter, the city came and took all of his stuff, including his ID, DD214, I don't know what that means. I'm stupid, okay? Social security card and birth certificate. Is that legal? Can you do that? The city, like the city government? What is that? Okay. So without identification, Ken was not able to get into the shelter and remained on the streets homeless. To make it worse, Ken's friends tried to save his tent from San Diego sanitation throwing it away, but the police would not allow it. Why? Okay, we gotta watch this. Cities across America, or maybe we watch it next stream. Maybe this is a cliffhanger, okay? Cities across America continue to invest more in pushing homeless people out of sight than helping to solve homelessness through evidence-based programs like housing. San Diego is one of the worst. We made this short documentary about how they criminalize homelessness. And then there's also a link to that, I think. But what we're gonna watch is a mini doc, okay? All right. But I might link the mini doc and or the other stuff in the description because this seems really interesting. All right. Also, I don't want closed captions on. Why is it on? Okay. Anyways, but yeah, we can. Oh, hold on. Yeah, we can see about invisible people, yada yada. It's about the. It's about homelessness, I think. Okay, we'll watch.
Ken, we're here in San Diego. You're homeless. You're a veteran, and when I asked you how you became homeless, you have one of the, I don't mean to laugh, but a very unique story I've never heard anywhere before.
Yeah, well, certain circumstances put me on the water, and I was starting to make money with a boat, a fishing boat, a beautiful 42-foot uniflight. And unbeknownst to me, the Harbor Patrol are getting grants for every boat they get off of the water because it's polluting the water. And I trusted the wrong people, and the boat wound up having the anchor line cut, and it went to the shore on Coronado, which is where they keep the munitions. So anything that hits the beach, you can't go get, and they chop it up and haul it away. So I lost everything.
This dude is a veteran, by the way. So, like this dude fought for the country, and now is getting screwed over, big time, by the country that he fought for. Like, again, it's just another example of our country and our police just being, I don't know, fucking terrible in many regards, especially when it comes to homeless people or people that are about to become homeless. It's like, oh, you know, not only are you screwing over people that already are homeless, but you're screwing over people that could easily become homeless and increasing the odds of them not only becoming homeless, but also becoming permanently homeless, right? Making it impossible to you know, undo, right? It's,
And literally, I walked around in galoshes full of seawater for a long time. My feet are just recovering. But so I thought that, hey, I'm successful at everything I try to be successful at, and I thought I would try this to see how hard it is to be
I want to ask, all right? I want to ask everybody watching this, whether you're in chat watching this live or you're watching this after the fact, what would you do in this situation, okay? Imagine, all right? Kind of just imagine sort of a scenario similar to what we just read, okay? Basically, everything is taken away from you. Every form of identification, your birth certificate, your social security, your just everything. Your driver's license if you have one, your house or place of residence, just suddenly taken away because of what a small mistake you made or like whatever it may be. And now imagine that this is after you fought for the same people that are now screwing you over and don't give a shit about you. What do you do in that situation? I mean, first of all, aside from being extremely frustrated and infuriated, rightfully so, how do you get out of that? What do you do? Where do you go? Where do you even start? Who do you go to? I mean, hell, there are adult processes where it's like, you know, it's like, oh, you know, it's like almost, you know, it's, you know, in comparison to this, it's like me figuring it out is like mostly just me being spoon-fed, and it's still confusing as shit, and I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, and I'm always confused and anxious about it, right? I can't imagine. What do you do if you start from a place of homelessness? It's not just as simple as, oh, well, why do you find a job? How? What job? Oh, and what would you... Oh, yeah, a job. Let me get hired and, you know, not have an identity or social security. Like, again, this doesn't... Like, it's just... There's no... It's like almost like a deliberate prevention of there being a way out of a situation like that, right? It's almost like it's deliberate. I'm not saying it is or isn't, but it almost seems like it is.
Your boat captain, fishing.
Yeah, and then to become homeless.
You can join a prison gang or become the king of a slum. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Unironically, yes. Yes, unironically. And then people wonder why, oh, yeah, no, 1350. Oh, black people commit more crimes. That's why. It's like, no, it's because they're in situations like these, right? They're in situations like these, but it's so common, and let's be real, and I'm not saying individual people interpersonally are racist, by the way. When I say our country is racist, I'm speaking systemically, right? You know, it's like, oh, well, that, you know, that's just, they're just kind of there already. Like, they don't think about, but think of this situation, right? And maybe they're not all veterans or whatever, right? But they probably have had, you know, experiences that are just as difficult, even if they weren't fighting for the country, right? And they're in basically a very similar, if not the same situation as this man by default, maybe even a worse situation. And now you just expect them to just go find a job? And you know, it's like, oh, well, you don't even have a way to identify yourself because that got stripped away from you, right? It's like, oh, like what the fuck do you do? Where do you go? Who do you go to? Where do you stay? Where do you live? Right? It's like, even if you find a job, okay, great. Now what? Where do you live? What is your place of residence now? Do you just stay homeless? Do you again? And I feel like it's weird because it almost takes, you know, somebody like this, you know, a veteran, right? A real American patriot, I guess conservatives might say, right? A veteran, right? who is white, or at least looks white, to, share basically the same or similar experience, for them to take it seriously. Because I guarantee you, if a conservative sees this, right, it's like they're way more likely, going to be they're going to be, it's way more likely that they're sympathetic to this man than, the hundreds of thousands of people that are in a similar situation, right? It's like, part of it is, brown people scary, but like, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like it almost goes beyond that. I feel like it's not just interpersonal either. It's like a systemic issue that people just sort of like ignore or accept, because it's like, it's such a dark reality, right? It's the same reason you don't constantly think about the fact that there are starving children in third world countries, right? It's like, oh, yeah, that is a thing that happens. Or how you don't constantly think about how your clothes are made by child slave labor in third world countries, against their will, right? You just don't think about it, right? Because it is a difficult reality to contend with, right? It's not even a matter of racism or like interpersonally, right? Or seeing people individually as lesser than. It's just a refusal to acknowledge the systems that exist, and acknowledging that, yeah, we all participate in them, whether we like it or not. Every time you buy a shirt, that was made in a third world country, where do you think, these cheap articles of clothing especially come from? I mean, they don't come from thin air, right? It's like, oh, this was child slave labor, right? But you don't want to think about that. You don't want to think about how you're participating in that. Hell, I don't think about how I'm participating in that, because that, well, makes me more fucking depressed when I do, right? So it's like, well, no need to harp on it, right? But I think it's good to be aware that things like that exist if, it's even somewhat within your control, as in you can make a small difference as opposed to none at all, right? Now, a lot of people are going to feel powerless no matter what, but still, right? It's like sorry, I'm rambling. We have a whole video to watch.
Okay, well, there's got to be a good path to go from being homeless to not being homeless, because I got skills, but I didn't have a driver's license, I had nothing. So it turns out that it's really not hard, it's really not easy to overcome all the obstacles that are put in place.
Take notes, conservatives.
To get a home again, right?
And libertarians.
Get on your feet again.
Now, how long have you been out here?
9 months.
And most people assume that it's easier for veterans to get off the streets, but
yeah, this is and keep in mind, this is a veteran, somebody who would have an advantage, at least supposedly, right? Even somebody that's supposed to have an advantage when it comes to getting off the streets, it's still, functionally impossible. Now think about black people, but black children growing up on the streets and then becoming adults. What the fuck do you expect them to do? Like, they were never allowed to participate in society. Period. They were never given that luxury, that opportunity. Neither were their parents or their grandparents, right? And that's why it's a systemic issue, right? It's because it all starts with their grandparents not having that opportunity, and then their kids, are born, into poverty, right? And there's nothing they can do about it, really, because they're born in such a shit situation. It's not as simple as, just go work at McDonald's, herder, right? Like, if that was the case, this guy wouldn't be homeless for 9 months, right? I just want to be homeless and starve to death. That's my favorite activity, right? Like, that's not happening.
You say it's not.
It is, and it's one more agency that you can turn to.
Okay. Wait, what is... Okay, why are people horny posting in chat? Okay, people are just horny posting over me. It's flattering. I'm not opposed to it. Talking about what if we were in prison together. Oh, wow. I don't know. Hope I don't drop the soap, huh?
For help, right? But it's not a guaranteed thing. Very often, they're checkbox organizations, meaning there's a grant written for every organization that gets all these checkboxes checked. Right. They get money from the state. So none of those checkboxes are successfully off the street and being a productive part of society again. It's all...
Yup. And this is somebody that's supposed to have an advantage, by the way. Let alone people that aren't supposed to have an advantage when it comes to getting out of homelessness, right? Like, and let's say, oh yeah, it is easier for veterans to get out of homelessness, right? It's okay, here's like a reasonable pathway for you to get out of that the state helps you with that, right? as a veteran. Why shouldn't that be applied to people broadly, right? Why only veterans, like exclusively? Why not use that in all the poor black neighborhoods where they're functionally going through the same shit, right? Like, sometimes maybe not as bad, sometimes worse. More likely worse than better, right?
I got a bed and I got a...
Because, you know, it's like, okay, we're talking about, okay, there's a collection of very similar negative experiences, right? And that set of negative experiences is why, you know, it's like, okay, now you have a whole collection of people, right? That you know, not on the basis of their skin color, but on the basis of their experiences. The reason that they have those experiences are because of systemic racism, which was caused by their, you know, the skin color of their ancestors. So in a way, their skin color, right? But it's not their skin color that makes them intrinsically this way. It's their skin color that leads them to have experiences that lead them to be a certain way, right? And, you know, this is an example of, you know, okay, here's a white veteran, right? In a, you know, in a shitty situation, right? Facing homelessness and poverty, right? It's like, yeah, do white veterans handle it any better? No, it's like, and by that I don't mean that to diss the dude, right? It's like, no, there's basically fuck all you can actually do to like, again, these people aren't choosing to be poor. No one, you know, wakes up in the morning and is like, oh, I just love being poor so much, you know? Oh, I just love receiving all this welfare from the state. We don't live in that society. That doesn't fucking exist. If that was the case, then why does poverty still exist? Like, no, we don't live in a welfare state. The people that need money don't get it.
I'm this, I got that, and then they get all the check boxes, and then they get their money. Right. So when the administration of these organizations, this is my opinion, when the administration of these organizations are actually looking at budget problems or whatever, they're focused on the check boxes. And like any business. And then every once in a while...
Like every business. See, again, it's another example of businesses not having the best interest of actual individual human beings at heart. It's almost like we can't just rely on some fucking free market economy where, oh yeah, we'll just assume that all of the businesses will magically end up, you know, working within the best interests of the actual people and everyday citizens and individuals rather than their own best interest. Yeah, let's just assume that they just do the right thing and act morally righteous. Yeah, that's yeah. I don't know, fucking know. I mean, hell, even that would sound retarded for somebody that actually believes that, but it's illustrating a point.
Well, you'll run into somebody that takes an interest in you and really helps, and that's what happened to me. So I got my housing approved, and hopefully I'll be out of here shortly. So,
good. So
yeah.
you didn't tell me that earlier. Well, we didn't talk for a long time.
Yeah.
So you have housing approved.
But again, it took 9 months of this innocent dude. Seems like a nice guy, just being on the fucking streets because he got fucked over, basically. Again, this just goes back to, I keep bringing it back to systemic racism, right? But it's like a lot of, you know, these black people growing up in poor neighborhoods, they get fucked over, but they don't just get fucked over, you know, in the middle of their life, right? They get fucked over as soon as they're born, right? They're born into that, right? Which I'd argue is even harder to get out of, right? Again, this is just another example of why our system just doesn't work, right? Now this might be a very personalized story / example, but this is indicative, like this indicates a much broader systemic issue, right? And again, it's mainly, you know, and ultimately, you know, you can look at it through the lens of race, right? I've kind of played into that a little bit, right? But mainly because other people do, right? But really, it's actually less about race and more about class, right? People just use race as a means of, you know, I guess adding flavor to arguments about, well, class distinction, right? Because it's like, well, you know, it's like, well, black people are poor on average because they were, you know, given shittier circumstances, etc., right? Making it a race thing rather than a class thing, right? It's like, well, people in general shouldn't be given shittier circumstances, right? Now, again, it's, I don't know, it really depends on how you want to frame the argument. Personally, I don't know, I'm willing to do both. I personally prefer making it purely an argument about class distinction, but that's because I think it's less talked about, right? You know, liberals might talk about, like, the average liberal will be more likely to talk about, systemic racism, you know, and why it's bad rather than class distinction. It's like, well, they don't care as much about class issues, right? I mean, let's be real, they never have. So it's almost like, okay, framing it in terms of race is actually beneficial there, right? Again, it depends. Also, why does it look, this video, like, I don't know if it's like the camera, but it looks really 3D. Like, the video quality is like, why does it look like a 3D render almost? Have I been awake too long? Or like, when I move, like, if you move like this, like, do his eyes follow you? Like, it's like, it feels like his face is following me. Is that just me? Like, do this, right? Like, yeah, like look back and forth. Like, just move your head side to side from your screen, right? Is it just me, or is his face like, his face feels like it's following me as I move to the side? Is that just me? Am I just schizo posting right now? Again, I haven't gotten any sleep, so that might be why. I might be imagining it, but like, no, I can't be. I can see it too. Okay, yeah, it's not just me. Okay.
Is it through the VA?
Yes, it is.
Awesome. So you got a HUD VASH voucher?
No voucher. It's I'm not sure exactly the name of the...
Like, oh, you can't, oh, you can still kind of see it with this even. Yeah, it's like not even just that one frame. It's the camera.
program,
Not really with this frame. Oh, a little bit. No, not as much. The illusion went away.
They have a little bit of assistance.
This frame? No, not the same way.
Monthly
Alright, I'm sorry. I look stupid.
assistance, and they don't give it all to you. You've got to actually get out there and work, which is good. But it's nice to have a place to lock.
Yeah, which this is, again, not something that most people in that situation are given to, right?
Because on the street, you can't.
Your situation are granted. Yeah, that's not like something that people you receive usually. Right? Again, he's a veteran, so it's a little bit easier for him, but it still took 9 months as a veteran.
Right. You lose everything, and in the shelter.
So it's a work program?
It's not necessarily a work program. It's a program that will allow you
to go work. And you want to work.
Yeah.
Wow. It's almost like it's not as simple as, oh, just go get a job, herder. He clearly wanted to work, but he wasn't given the opportunity. Okay, so next time I start talking about, class issues or whatever, even though it's not my main subject of expertise, give me some credit, I kind of know what I'm talking about here, right? Even if it's not my main thing. It's like, yeah, well, it's not as simple. Like, even if there's places you could people work at that are within your vicinity, it's not as simple as, oh, you just walk in and then they give you a job, right? It doesn't work that way, right? They don't just give random homeless people jobs. Even at a McDonald's, it's like, oh, you're a random homeless person. Fuck off. We have random, we have like teenagers that are like normal and not scary that'll do the same thing, right? So we'll just hire them instead, right? Again, it's like, it's not as simple as, oh, just get a job and stop being poor. Oh, wow. Yeah, no, they're just choosing to be poor.
There's no...
Yeah, well, we get our identity, our self-purpose from being productive.
Yeah, and...
I don't like that. That's more of like, I don't like that because it feeds into the mindset of work till the day you die. That's your purpose in life. And I hate that, right? I am somebody that believes in the antithesis of that, okay? I believe in have fun till the day you die, okay? That's what I believe in. You could say that's childish and immature. Also, his face is doing the thing where it moves again. Okay, am I being schizo? No, I'm not. It's maybe it's like the way, I think it might be like the like, how if you look at the side of your monitor, right? It's like the brightness of the screen almost shifts, right? Because you're not looking at it directly. It might be that, and the way it interacts with the brightness of the video itself. And because, in a way where it's like, oh, the lighting is just perfect, and the, amount of focus for the foreground and background is just perfect for it to do this very thing, right? So it feels like because the background maybe is, shifting more than it is, because it's like, oh, well, now it looks darker, right? It's like, but it's like his face is like, I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. Huh.
And to me, in my life, I just need a measure of nobility. If I don't have nobility, I don't have any reason to get up in the morning.
Moving.
And this is somebody that does want to work, by the way. That actually it gives them fulfillment and purpose in life. Now imagine if somebody like me, who fucking hates being productive, okay? I procrastinate, I despise anything that's like productive. You know, I hate, you know, schoolwork, I hate work, aside from, unless you call this work, I guess. But again, I don't make enough money do this full time, or even, you know, I barely consider it a part-time thing. It's like, well, technically it's a hobby. I want it to become more than a hobby, but again, you know, it's like, what if somebody like me is born into really shitty circumstances? Like, well, you're fucked, right? Now, I could turn out to be a really successful YouTuber in this lifetime, right? But if I was born under different circumstances, I would not be given that opportunity, right? I mean, hell, this is an opportunity that I don't even know if I'd be able to achieve it, right? Like, I don't know if I'll be successful. And that's being given a decent-ish set of cards. You know, depression, autism, shit aside, you know, I think that I've been given decent set of cards. I'm not, like, dumb. I'm fairly smart, right? At least in most categories, right? There's obviously different areas in which you can be intelligent. It's not just one big all-encompassing category, right? There could be somebody that's like really smart at math but really bad at reading, let's say, right? And then it cancels them, and maybe you could say, oh, well, generally speaking, they're like normal intelligence because they cancel each other. But it's like, okay, but if if like they're really good at math, and it's like, okay, well, they're so good, right? They know, you might consider them to be smart, even though they're average, you know, on average they might be. You get the point, right? It's more complex than, but you understand what I'm saying, right? Like. And that's, like, again, there are going to be people that aren't given even that are, you know, like, and that's me, right? Like, I'm not, like, particularly, like, stupid or anything, or like, maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm mentally disabled in that I don't have motivation to do certain things that maybe most people do. I guess, I mean, depression can be debilitating, right? Autism and ADHD can be as well, right? Especially if untreated. Right? But if I was born under different circumstances, I don't think I would even have a chance at being successful. Now, take somebody, you know, that has similar emotions to me, but maybe they're not even close to being as sharp as I am, right? It's like, well, then they're just completely fucked, like, even more so, right? It's like, it's like the world is not this easy, like, oh yeah, it's just do this stuff and you'll be happy forever. It's not like that. It's so much darker and scarier and more complex than that, you know? I'm not saying that to, like, fearmonger or doomer post or anything like that. I think that that's just the truth, right? The world kind of sucks, you know? It's not a warm, welcoming, forgiving place all the time. People can be that way, like individual people, but, like, the world broadly, no, absolutely not. And some people can be terrible as well, by the way, obviously.
And you said it right there. It's the reason to get up in the morning is what people need. Now
which is funny because stuff like that is the reason I don't want to wake up in the morning or get up in the morning, which I find fascinating. Again, imagine if this was somebody like me who's like I don't know if I'd use the word intrinsically, for the sake of argument, because it's simple. Yeah, intrinsically repelled by traditional work, right? I would say that I am one of those people that's repelled by it. It's not appealing to me. It's not satisfying. I don't get anything out of it. I don't feel any sense of fulfillment if I do it. I feel nothing but misery, boredom, and emptiness, right? Does that make sense? It's like, and if I was in this situation, I'd probably just have committed suicide by then, right? I don't think I'd be able to handle it. It's like...
We're talking about being displaced in sweeps, and you said that, you know, even your DD-214, is it? Mm-hmm. Which is so important.
Yes.
That you had that. So how many times, just tell me about criminalization in the sweeps and how you lost them.
Well, what they're doing basically is for the public safety and the unsafe camping verbiage that they're saying, what they do is they make everybody move, and then they, not always, but they sometimes will go ahead and pressure wash the sidewalks, which is great because people do anything they want. They defecate right where they eat. It's insane what these people do.
Well, they don't have bathrooms.
That's correct. They don't have
That's
that.
right. But
Yeah, they don't have a choice.
and I hear this a lot is
It's like people will look at people like that and be like, oh, they're fucking insane because they're homeless, right? They only do it because they're like schizo, right? They're insane, you know. They're beyond saving type of thing. It's like, wait, but like they don't have a choice though. That's the thing. You would do the same thing under the same set of circumstances, and people don't realize that. People don't realize, oh, you would do exactly the same thing under the exact same circumstances, right? Like people don't realize that. They're not self-aware enough, which is really saddening.
homeless people don't mind so much the cleaning. It's that when they take your stuff.
Yeah, every morning at about between 7 and 8, they'll post a green sign on a post in the direction of a sidewalk. Right.
And the fact that stuff gets taken from homeless people, like the people that probably need that stuff the most, right? Is anything with any amount of value is going to be way more valuable to somebody that literally cannot afford a home than anybody else. But that's who you're stealing from. It's like we should be taking wealth and money and assets, maybe not specific assets, but wealth in general, right? From rich people, not poor people. Like what? Like, but again, it just goes to show, okay, free market economy, it ain't the way to go. This is what happens if you don't have government regulations, right? It's like, oh, you know, if you have no government regulations, like, you know, there's just no like if there's no government to control corporations, let's say, you know, in a sense, corporations, the most powerful ones become the government, you know, in a sense, because they're the ones that control how society operates, right? And it's a similar thing, but to a lesser extent, you know, currently, the way, you know, society, at least in this country, currently exists, right? It's like, okay, so, you know, it's like, yeah, in a sense, it's, these companies are powerful. They have a lot of say over our lives and the way in which we live. And maybe it's not even one specific corporation, but all of them together, who all of which only act within their own self-best interest, aka not your self-best interest or my self-best interest or self-best interest or the best interest or of the average American citizen, right? They don't give a shit about that, right? They give a shit about money, right? It's like, okay, so maybe regulate them so that they don't use that power or don't have that power that they can misuse, because again, a corporation who is only interested in money is going to abuse power that they have over people, or, you know, way more often than, say, a democratic government that isn't just interested in money but is interested in the well-being of its people. Now, obviously, having a government that is democratic and interested in the well-being of its people is easier said than done. Sometimes people don't even have their own self-best interest in mind without even realizing it. It happens. But again, because like there are people that don't even think about certain things. Again, can power be abused? Does power exist to be abused? Power is a moral neutral, right? It's obviously it's intangible, right? But it's something you can possess over others. It is the ability to influence the outcomes around you, that in a way that impacts others, that they wouldn't be able to do back to you, right? Let's say, right? So it's not just about power, right? It's about the way in which power is used, right? But if you have a bunch of corporations that only care about money and themselves, right? They're going to abuse their power so long as it means that they maximize their own wealth, their own capital, disregarding the well-being of anybody that they might step over in their way, right? The whole point of government regulations would be to prevent that, right? That's the whole point. I mean, this is, you know, you don't even have to know shit about economics to know this. Either that or I'm like a genius and most people do. I don't think so, though. I have a very basic understanding, right? But I do understand all of this, right? That this is I guess more of like a moral. I don't know. Fuck, I don't know. I guess there's a difference between smart and educated. I mean, there's overlap. Smart people tend to be more educated, but still.
And that sidewalk gets clean. And 3 hours after they post that, they come with the miniature trash compacting trash trucks, and they just shovel everything in there and take it away. And I lost, the last time I lost my birth certificate and DD-214s and Social Security card, last time that happened was when I was filling out forms at Alpha Project to get a bed at a shelter. While I was doing that, they came and yanked all my stuff.
Okay, so while you were...
It's almost like they don't have the best interest of the people in mind. It's crazy. It's almost like corporations are greedy and selfish. that produces negative outcomes. I think that this is a really good story to know about, okay? So, I am going to link it in the description below when I'm done streaming. We made it 6 minutes into it. Okay, so, yeah, we got 6 minutes through. I recommend you watch the rest of it, okay? I haven't seen it. I'm going to watch it in my own time. I recommend you do the same, because I want people to see this. I want to boost this algorithmically, right? Because I think it matters. I think it genuinely matters, and I think that this is something that should be talked about. But I'm gonna end stream now. I hope you all enjoyed. If you did, make sure to let me know by leaving a like and a comment saying that you enjoyed the stream. If there was a particular thing that you really enjoyed, let me know by telling me about it in the comments. Do more of this, please, and then whatever, a timestamp to whatever you want to see more of, or just explaining what it was that you liked. Again, I want to be able to maximize entertainment value. Goodbye, Gabe, Echovin, Lichfalp, Goat Corpse. Who else is in chat? Okay, mainly you guys, I think. Did I say Gabe? Yeah, you're the main people in chat. I don't see anybody else, but anyways, goodbye, everybody. I will see you all in the next one. Hook my boy up, Hook my boy Lich up Femyoz. How? I don't know how to do that. Watch the video in the general Discord server. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Okay. I like the energy you guys give off. Chat has been chaotic today, I think. It's like, here's me, like, talking about, like, deep philosophical... Probably, I don't know. I should read Marxist literature, to be honest. I haven't, by the way. Something tells me there's overlap between what I believe or was talking about and stuff that he would say, based on the small amount that I do know. And because of that, I'd be interested in knowing more. Femyoz say, oh whoa, I'm Lichfalp's cute little femboy wife before you end the stream. Well, there, I read it out loud, therefore I said it. Goodbye, everybody. Yeah, I don't know, that's a weird thing, though. Okay. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much knowledge do you guys think I have over this subject matter? 10, 1, 5, I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't know, I think I don't know. There's some instances where I don't understand specific details of, like, oh, here's, like, the technicalities of it, right? But I think I'm good at understanding the fundamental principles of certain ideas and generally how they lead to outcomes and how things operate and work, right? Without having to, learn specific things, though. It's always good to educate yourself. In fact, I think I should do more of that, but I'm lazy. I'm sorry, okay? I'm still good at coming to conclusions, though. But I think I'd be even better if I did more reading. Even though I'm terrible at reading, I kind of despise it. Can we get a tease of the year? What do you mean? Like, as in, here's my outfit today type of thing? Like, ooh. It's hard not to fall down when you do that, by the way. And anyways, WFit, why thank you, Gabe. I will see you all in the next one. Also, it's serious, discussion. When I talk in this voice, it's like a smash like and subscribe. Femyoz Strippy, hell yeah. Goodbye. Fun stream, I'm glad to hear that. Okay, I need to end, for real, at some point. Goodbye. Alright, I'm actually gonna end it now. Okay, yeah.